You're tuned into the haunting station, where the rain never stops and the roads never end. Tonight's story comes through the static just for you, so sit back, listen close, and don't look in the rearview mirror. I know you use this video to help you fall asleep, so I'm here to help you with that. By the way, where are you from and what time are you watching this video? Make yourselves comfortable and relax. If possible, subscribe to the channel and give it a like. The first camera I found was in the shower. The second was nestled in the eye of a teddy bear. When I discovered the third hidden behind a crack in the master bedroom, I knew I was in serious trouble. It was supposed to be an easy night of babysitting. The Wilsons were new to the neighborhood and had just moved into the Victorian mansion at the end of our street. When Mrs. Wilson approached me after Mass last Sunday, her perfectly manicured nails tapping on my shoulder, I jumped at the chance to earn some extra cash. "We'll only be gone for a few hours," she said, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "At 8, you'll have the house to yourself." Now, as I stood in the center of the opulent living room, my heart pounding against my ribs, I realized how wrong I had been to trust that smile. The house was silent except for the soft ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. Tommy had gone to bed without a fuss, just as his mother had promised. Only after I settled into the soft leather sofa, ready to dive into my homework, did I notice something strange in the antique mirror hanging on the opposite wall. A small red light was flashing in the corner of the ornate frame. Almost imperceptible, it piqued my curiosity, and I moved closer, my reflection becoming clearer. That's when I saw a lens no bigger than a pinhead embedded in the glass. My blood ran cold. A camera. Someone was watching me. Panic set in, and I began to search the room, my eyes darting from one dark corner to another. The more I looked, the more I found. A camera on the bookshelf, another on the lamp, one even hidden in the plant pot near the window. My mind raced. Were the Wilsons secretly filming me, or was someone else watching? Had someone broken into their house when they invited me in? I ran up the stairs, taking 2 at a time, my socks slipping on the polished wood. I had to check on Tommy. His room was dark, lit only by the soft glow of a nightlight. I felt relieved to see his small chest rising and falling with each peaceful breath, but when I turned to leave, my gaze fell on something on his dresser. The teddy bear sat innocently among his other stuffed animals, its eyes glazed over, reflecting the dim light. But one of its eyes was different. It glowed unnaturally. My suspicions were confirmed. Another camera. My stomach churned. I had to get out of there. I had to call the police. But when I thought of my cell phone, I realized with horror that I had left it downstairs on the coffee table. I slowly descended the stairs, each creak of the old wood sending shivers down my spine. The house seemed different now, sinister. Every shadow seemed to hide another lens, another eye watching my every move. When I entered the living room, my gaze immediately fell on my cell phone, which was not where I had left it, but in the center of the coffee table, screen up, as if someone had deliberately placed it there. I picked it up with trembling fingers, trying to type in the password. No signal. Of course, the Wilson house was famous for its poor reception. I would have to use their landline. I went to the kitchen, where I had seen a wall-mounted phone, but as I turned the corner, I stopped in my tracks. The phone was gone, leaving behind only an empty cradle and some frayed wires. My heart was pounding in my chest. This was no longer just surveillance. Someone was in the house with me, going through my things and cutting off my means of communication. I was trapped. I ran to the front door, pulling on the handle. Locked. I hadn't locked it before. I was sure of it. Trying the windows, each one was securely fastened. A noise from upstairs made me freeze. Slow, deliberate footsteps creaking on the floorboards came from Tommy's room. I had to get to him. Camera or no camera, I couldn't leave that boy alone with whoever was up there. I grabbed a heavy candlestick from the mantel, its weight reassuring me, and started up the stairs. Each step seemed to take forever, the old wood creaking under my feet. The footsteps above had stopped, but I could hear something else now, a low murmur, like someone speaking softly. I reached the landing and pressed myself against the wall, seeing a sliver of light spreading across the hallway. I moved closer, straining to hear. "That's right, Tommy. You're doing very well, just as we practiced." The voice was unfamiliar, deep and soft. My blood turned to ice. What were they doing to him? I looked through the crack in the door, and the scene before me made my heart stop. Tommy sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes wide and unfocused. In front of him stood a man I had never seen before, tall and thin, dressed all in black, but it was the object in his hands that made my breath catch in my throat. A tablet with multiple screens. On the screen I could see several video feeds, the living room, the kitchen, the hallway where I now stood. He was watching everything. I must have made a sound, a sigh or a moan, because the man's head tilted toward me. Our eyes met through the narrow opening, and for a moment, time stood still. Then he smiled. It was a terrible thing, that smile, full of malice and triumph. "Ah," he said, his voice full of false warmth, "our guest of honor has arrived." I didn't think. I ran down the stairs, through the living room, my feet barely touching the floor. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps getting closer every second. The back door was my last hope. I entered the kitchen, my socks slipping on the tile, and tried to reach the doorknob, which turned, thank God. I stepped into the backyard, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. The grass was wet with dew, soaking my socks as I ran across the lawn. The tall fence stood before me like a dark silhouette against the starry sky. I reached the fence, and my fingers scratched the rough wood as I tried to pull myself up. I heard the back door open. He was out of the house. "You can't run away forever," he called, his voice calm and confident. I threw myself over the fence, landing hard on the other side. I was in the neighbor's yard now, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. I ran through unfamiliar gardens, climbing over low fences and crawling under clotheslines. My lungs burned, my legs hurt, but I had to get help. I had to save Tommy. The neighborhood streets blurred past me as I ran, dark and silent houses. Why was no one awake? Why were there no cars? It wasn't until I reached the end of the street that I realized something was terribly wrong. The street simply ended. Beyond it, there was nothing but empty darkness, as if the world itself had been cut off. I turned desperately, looking for another way out, but everywhere I looked I saw the same thing. Darkness approaching and engulfing the edges of the neighborhood, and in the distance, getting louder with every passing second, I heard his footsteps. "You see now, don't you?" His voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "There's no escape. There never was." I fell to my knees, tears soaking my jeans as the darkness closed in around me. I saw him emerge between two houses, that terrible smile still plastered on his face. "Don't worry," he said, kneeling beside me. "You'll make an excellent addition to our collection." The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was the red light flashing from a camera, recording every moment of my defeat. I woke up with a gasp, my heart racing. The familiar surroundings of my bedroom slowly came into focus. It had been a dream, just a vivid and terrifying dream. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, desperate to hold on to reality. When the screen lit up, a notification caught my eye. A new email, sent just moments ago. With trembling fingers, I opened the email. There was no message, just an attachment, a video file. With my blood running cold, there I was, running through an endless neighborhood, terror written all over my face, and behind me, always behind me, was him. The camera flashed its red light, a silent witness to my new nightmare. Next story. The first crack of the branch could have been a deer, the second, maybe a raccoon, but the third, followed by muffled voices, told me that I was not alone in this God-forsaken forest, and that whatever I had found was not meant to be found. I had left at dawn, my backpack loaded with enough supplies for a 3-day hike through the Adira forest. The trail was supposed to be easy, a well-marked path that even beginners could follow. But somewhere around noon, I had taken a very wrong turn. Or maybe the turn I had taken was right, and the map was wrong. Either way, I found myself in a part of the forest that seemed older and wilder than where I had started. The trees here grew closer together, their branches intertwined high above to create a canopy so thick that only fragments of sunlight could penetrate. The air was heavy with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. As the afternoon wore on and the light began to fade, I realized I was truly lost. My sensible plan would have been to set up camp and wait for daylight, but panic began to set in, driving me forward in the desperate hope of finding a forest ranger station or a road, anything that could lead me back to civilization. It was in this state of near exhaustion and growing fear that I first saw the light flickering through the trees, a campfire. Relief began to take hold of me, perhaps other hikers or a park ranger, someone who could help me find my way back. I pushed through dense undergrowth, branches scratching my face and arms, and came to a small clearing. What I saw made me freeze, my heart leaping into my throat. It wasn't a camp, at least not any kind I had ever seen before. A military-style tent dominated the center of the clearing. Around it, boxes were stacked haphazardly, their contents hidden, but their purpose was clear. This was not a casual camp, but an operation. I should have left. I should have turned around and run as fast and as far as I could. But curiosity, that damn human trait, kept me rooted to the spot. I moved closer, my feet moving on their own. The flap of the tent was partially open, and I could see movement inside. Shadows danced on the canvas, accompanied by the low murmur of voices. I strained to hear what they were saying, but the words were indistinct, muffled by the rustling of leaves. I was so focused on the tent that I almost didn't notice the other details. The fresh tire tracks leading to the clearing, too wide for any ATV, the sophisticated-looking equipment scattered around, which was definitely not standard camping gear. And there, half hidden under a tarp, something that made my blood run cold. Guns. Not hunting rifles, but serious military-grade weapons. I had stumbled upon something big, something illegal. My mind filled with possibilities, drug runners, arms dealers. Whatever it was, I knew I was in a dead end. I started to back away, trying to retrace my steps without making a sound, but in my haste, I forgot to look where I was going. My foot hit a fallen branch, and the crack echoed through the clearing like a gunshot. The voices in the tent stopped abruptly. I heard the scraping of a chair and footsteps approaching. Panic seized me, and I dove behind the nearest tree, pressing myself against the rough bark and remaining motionless. "It could be an animal, but I'm not taking any chances," I heard a man say. The sound of footsteps approached, crunching on the leaf-covered ground. My heart was beating so hard that I was sure they would hear it. I tried to control my breathing to make myself as small and quiet as possible. A beam of light cut through the darkness. They had flashlights, and I closed my eyes, praying they wouldn't come my way. "Nothing here, boss," someone shouted. A rough voice replied, "If it's a ranger, we need to know." I opened my eyes slightly, trying to gauge how many of them there were in the darkness. I counted at least 3 men searching, perhaps more in the camp. There were too many for me to outrun or overpower. I needed a plan. I couldn't stay here forever, and sooner or later they would find me. The forest seemed to be closing in around me, every direction looking equally dark. That's when I saw it, a small gap between 2 large rocks, half hidden by a fallen log. It was tight, but maybe it was big enough for me to squeeze through, and if I was lucky, it could lead to an exit. I waited until the nearest searcher had his back to me, then made my move. Crouching low, I ran across the open ground, my heart in my mouth. When I reached the rocks, I heard a shout, "Hey there!" I didn't look back and dove into the opening, ignoring the sharp rocks that scraped my sides. It was tighter than I thought, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I was stuck. But with one last desperate movement, I found myself in a narrow ravine with high, steep walls on both sides. Without stopping to catch my breath, I started running, stumbling over loose rocks and exposed roots. Behind me, I could hear screams and the beam of flashlights. The ravine twisted and turned, and I followed it blindly, praying that it wouldn't lead to a dead end. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I didn't dare slow down. The sounds of pursuit seemed to be getting closer, or was it just my imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion? Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, the ravine opened up, and I came out onto a wider trail, clearly man-made, a hiking trail. In the distance I could see lights, a forest ranger station or perhaps camp security. I ran toward the lights, my feet pounding the now familiar ground. I heard cries of frustration echoing from the ravine as they lost my trail. As I approached the lights, I saw that it was indeed a forest ranger station. A lone figure stood outside, looking into the darkness at the sound of my approach. "Please, you have to help me," I gasped, stumbling the last few meters. The forest ranger was a middle-aged woman with a kind face. She caught me as I was about to fall. "Calm down, take a deep breath," she said in a calm but alert voice. "What happened? Are you hurt?" I tried to explain what I had seen, the camp, the guns, the men chasing me. The forest ranger's expression grew serious as she listened. "Let's get you inside," she said, guiding me toward the station. "I need to report this." As we entered the warm, bright building, I felt the adrenaline begin to drain away, replaced by a deep exhaustion. The park ranger sat me down, handed me a bottle of water, and went to make the call. I drank the water slowly. My mind was still reeling from everything that had happened. Part of me still couldn't believe it was real, but the scratches on my arms, the mud on my clothes, and the lingering fear in my gut told me otherwise. The forest ranger returned, her face serious. "I've alerted the authorities," she said. "They're sending a team now, but it will take some time for them to get here. In the meantime, I need you to tell me everything you saw, every detail, no matter how small." I nodded, took a deep breath, and began to tell my story. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, that whatever I had encountered in the forest was bigger than me, bigger than this small forest ranger station in the middle of nowhere. As the night wore on, with the ranger taking notes and the clock ticking toward dawn, I wondered if I would ever feel safe in nature again. The forest, once a place of solace and adventure, now held shadows I couldn't ignore. But when I finished my story and saw the determination in the ranger's eyes, I felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever I had discovered would not remain hidden for long, and maybe, just maybe, my ill-fated hike would lead to something good after all. As the first light of dawn began to appear through the windows, I heard the distant sound of helicopters approaching. Help was on its way, and with it, the promise of answers to the mysteries hidden in the depths of the forest. Next story. The lock clicked shut with a finality that made my skin crawl. I tried the handle 3 times, but it wouldn't budge. The realization hit me like a punch in the stomach. We were trapped, and whoever had locked us in was still out there. It was supposed to be a quick overnight stay, just a place to rest our heads before continuing our journey across the country. Sarah and I had been driving for hours. Our eyes were heavy with exhaustion when we spotted the neon sign for the Pine Grove Motel flashing in the darkness. The place looked like it had seen better days, with paint peeling from the wooden facade and weeds sprouting from the cracks in the parking lot. But it was cheap, and we were too tired to care about aesthetics. The night clerk, a thin man with thinning hair and nicotine-stained fingers, barely looked up from his ink-stained book as he handed us the key to room 13. "Checkout is at 11, he muttered, his voice as worn as the motel itself. The room was small and musty, with faded floral wallpaper and a sagging queen-size bed, but it had a hot shower and clean towels, which felt like a luxury after hours on the road. "Just one night," Sarah said, trying to sound optimistic, as she tested the lumpy mattress. If only we had known how wrong she was. The trouble started around 2 a.m. I was awakened by a sound I couldn't identify, a metallic scraping noise that seemed to be coming from outside our door. At first, I thought I was dreaming, the remnants of a nightmare. But then I heard it again, louder this time, followed by muffled voices. I nudged Sarah awake, putting a finger to my lips to keep her quiet. She blinked at me in confusion and froze when the noises outside grew fainter. There was definitely someone out there, and they were trying to get in. We got out of bed, our hearts pounding in unison. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, ready to call for help, but my stomach dropped when I saw the message, "No service," staring back at me. "Try the landline," Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. I grabbed the old phone from the nightstand and held it to my ear. Not even a dial tone. The noise at the door intensified, punctuated by muffled curses. Whoever was out there was getting frustrated. I looked around frantically for anything that could be used as a weapon. The lamp was too heavy, the TV was bolted to the wall, and my eyes landed on the shower curtain rod. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. When we heard a new sound, the unmistakable click of a key in the lock, our eyes met in the dim light, and a silent understanding passed between us. This was it. We had to be ready. The door opened, and two figures entered the room. In the darkness, I could see the glint of something metallic in one of their hands. A crowbar, or perhaps a wheel wrench. Without thinking, I swung the curtain rod with all the strength I could muster, feeling satisfaction when it hit something solid, followed by a grunt of pain. Sarah screamed, more out of surprise than fear, and ran for the open door. I followed her, my bare feet pounding against the cold concrete of the walkway as we ran. The night air was freezing in contrast to the stifling heat of our room. We ran across the parking lot, gravel digging into the soles of our feet, toward our car, which was parked just a few feet away. But when we reached the vehicle, my heart sank. The tires were flat, all four of them, and they were shredded. We weren't going anywhere. Sarah was already turning toward the flashing neon sign at the end of the parking lot. Maybe the attendant could help us. The sound of the chase grew louder behind us. I glanced over my shoulder and saw three men, their faces now hidden in the shadows, but their intent was clear in the purposeful way they moved. We entered the office, the doorbell ringing cheerfully, incongruous with our panic. The night clerk looked up, startled, his book falling to the floor. "Please," I gasped, "you have to help us. There are men chasing us. They broke into our room." The clerk's eyes moved from me to Sarah and then to the door. I expected an expression of concern or alarm, but I saw something else, something that made my blood run cold. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. Now," he said, his voice no longer bored but sharp with anticipation. "It looks like we have a problem here." The door behind us swung open, and the cheerful doorbell now sounded like a death knell. I turned to see our pursuers entering and blocking our exit. In the harsh fluorescent light of the office, I could finally see their faces clearly. One of them bore a fresh bruise on his temple, where I had struck him with the curtain rod. "Good work, boys," said the clerk, stepping out from behind the counter and holding something in his hand, a syringe filled with a clear liquid. "You know how I hate it when they get away." Sarah grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "What do you want from us?" she demanded, her voice stronger than I could have imagined given the circumstances. The employee laughed without any real humor. "Want? Oh, honey, it's not about what we want. It's about what others are willing to pay. And let me tell you, young and pretty things like you are going to fetch a very good price indeed." The reality of our situation hit me like a freight train. This wasn't just theft. It was something much worse. We were merchandise to these men, nothing more than a product to be sold to the highest bidder. I felt Sarah tense up beside me and knew, without looking, what she was about to do. In that moment, we were perfectly in sync, our thoughts aligned by sheer desperation. We moved as one, running toward the nearest man. The element of surprise was on our side, and we managed to knock him off balance. Sarah's elbow connected with his solar plexus, knocking the wind out of him, while I aimed a kick at his knee. There was a sickening crack, and he fell with a howl of pain. We made it through the door before the others could react. The cold night air hit us like a slap in the face, but where could we go? Our car was useless, and we were in the middle of nowhere. "The forest," Sarah gasped, already heading for the line of trees that bordered the motel property. "We can lose them there." I just followed her lead as we plunged into the darkness of the forest. Behind us, I saw the glow of flashlights cutting through the night. They were coming after us, and they knew this forest much better than we did. We ran blindly, branches slapping our faces and underbrush tearing at our legs. Fear amplified every sound. The crack of a branch, the rustling of leaves, sent a new wave of adrenaline through my system. How long could we keep this up? Just when I thought my lungs were about to explode, Sarah made me stop and listen, whispering, her breath coming in irregular gasps. At first all I could hear was the beating of my own heart, but then I heard the distant sound of traffic, the hope of civilization on a highway. We continued at our pace, slowing to a run when exhaustion began to take its toll. The sounds of pursuit had disappeared, but we couldn't be sure if that meant we had lost them or if they were just being more cautious in their search. Finally, after what seemed like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, we broke through the line of trees, and there, stretching out before us like a lifeline, was a 2-lane highway. In the distance, I could see the headlights of a truck approaching. We waved our arms frantically, probably looking crazy to the driver, but luckily, the truck began to slow down. We climbed into the cab, and with the friendly truck driver looking at us with concern, I felt the first real sense of relief since the beginning of this nightmare. We were safe. We had escaped. But as the truck pulled away, taking us toward the nearest town and the promise of help, I couldn't shake the memory of the employee's words. How many others had fallen victim to their scheme? How long had they been operating, turning their remote motel into a hunting ground? I looked at Sarah and saw in her eyes the same determination I felt in my heart. This wasn't over yet. We had escaped, yes, but now we had a responsibility to report what had happened to ensure that those men were caught. Our trip had taken an unexpected turn, but as the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, I realized that our journey was far from over. It was just beginning. Next story. The moment I handed her the keys, I realized I had made a terrible mistake. Her fingers closed around them, a triumphant gleam in her eyes that sent a chill down my spine. But by then it was too late. We were already driving down a road I didn't recognize, and the man I thought was just an interested buyer had become something much more sinister. It all started innocently enough. I needed to sell my old Honda Civic to help cover this semester's tuition because, as a broke college student, every dollar counted. I posted an ad online, included some decent photos, and waited. When Mike contacted me, he seemed perfect and asked all the right questions about the car's history and maintenance. He was polite in his messages, and when we spoke on the phone, he had a friendly manner. We agreed to meet at a coffee shop near campus so he could see the car and maybe take it for a test drive. I remember thinking how he didn't seem the least bit suspicious when I first saw him. In a polo shirt and jeans, he could have been anyone's dad or a friendly neighbor. He seemed genuinely interested in my studies. Looking back, I should have noticed how he steered the conversation, asking about my family, where I was from, if I had roommates. But at the time, it just seemed like pleasant small talk. When we got to the car, he gave it a thorough inspection, looking under the hood and checking the tires, and everything seemed to be in good shape. "Do you mind if we take it for a spin? I'd like to see how it handles on the road." I nodded and got into the passenger seat. It wasn't until we had been driving for about 15 minutes that I realized we were leaving the city. "Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Mike's smile didn't waver, but something in his eyes changed. "I know a great stretch of road to really test the engine. It won't take long." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "Actually, I'd rather we go back now. I have a class in an hour." He didn't answer, just kept driving. The buildings grew sparser, replaced by open fields and stretches of forest. My heart began to race as I realized how isolated we were becoming. I tried to make my voice firm and authoritative, but it came out shaky. His friendly demeanor disappeared and was replaced by a cold, hard stare. "Keep quiet if you know what's good for you." Fear overwhelmed me, its icy tendrils wrapping around my heart. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life, but the ever-increasing distance between us and civilization told me that this was very real. I looked at the door, wondering if I could jump out, but we were going too fast. And even if I survived the fall, where would I go? There was nothing but empty fields for miles. "Don't even think about it," Mike growled, as if he could read my mind. "One wrong move and things will get very unpleasant for you." I believed him. The threat in his voice left no room for doubt. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out. My phone was in my pocket, but I knew I'd never be able to call for help without him noticing. Maybe if I could send a quick text. Slowly, trying not to draw attention, I reached into my pocket, but before I could touch my phone, Mike's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist tightly, like a vice. He squeezed my arm so hard that I cried out in pain. With trembling fingers, I took my phone and placed it in his outstretched hand. He immediately rolled down the window and threw the phone out. It disappeared into the blur of the passing landscape. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I was truly isolated, with no way to call for help. Tears stung my eyes, but I wiped them away furiously. I couldn't break down now. I had to stay alert and look for any opportunity to escape. We drove for hours. Mike remained silent, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I tried to memorize every curve, every landmark, but it was useless. Everything looked the same. Finally, we turned onto a dirt road that was little more than a trail in a dense stretch of forest. The car swayed and shook on the uneven ground, branches scraping against the windows. After a few minutes, we came to a clearing where there was a dilapidated cabin. Mike parked the car and turned to me with an unreadable expression. "We're here. Get out." My legs felt like jelly as I got out of the car. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. Under any other circumstances, it might have been peaceful, but now it felt oppressive and isolated. "Inside," Mike ordered, pushing me forward with something hard pressed against my back. A layer of dust covered everything, and the musty smell of long abandonment filled my nostrils. There was a rickety table, a few chairs, and an old mattress in the corner. Nothing else. "Sit down," Mike said, pointing to one of the chairs, and I sat down. He pulled a piece of rope out of a bag I hadn't noticed before. My stomach churned as he began to tie my hands behind my back, the rough fibers biting into my skin. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. Mike paused in his work, considering me for a moment. "Nothing personal, kid, just business. You'd be surprised how much people pay for a young, healthy specimen like you." The implication of his words hit me like a physical blow. Human trafficking. Cases I'd seen on the news suddenly became my reality. "You don't have to do this. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Just let me go," I begged, unable to keep the desperation out of my voice. Mike laughed, a harsh, humorless sound that made me shudder. "You're not the first to make that promise, and you won't be the last. You're merchandise now, nothing more." With my hands secured, he moved to tie my ankles to the legs of the chair. I knew this could be my last chance. Gathering every ounce of strength and courage I had left, I waited until he was kneeling in front of me, and then, with all my might, I kicked him, hitting him squarely in the face. With a cry of pain and surprise, he staggered backward. I didn't waste a second and threw myself to the side. The impact sent shock waves of pain through my shoulder, but I ignored it and focused on freeing my hands. I heard Mike curse and get up. The ropes were looser than I expected. He must have been overconfident, not expecting me to fight back. With one last desperate tug, my hands came free, and I wriggled out of the fallen chair just as Mike lunged at me. My eyes scanned the cabin for a weapon, an escape route, anything. There, the window. The window was small, but so was I, and I ran toward it. The adrenaline gave me speed I didn't know I had. Behind me, I heard Mike's furious roar, felt his fingers brush my shirt as he tried to grab me, but I was faster and threw myself through the window with my arms covering my face as the glass shattered around me. Pain shot through me as the shards cut my skin, but I didn't stop. I fell to the ground and ran toward the cover of the trees. Mike's screams echoed behind me, but I didn't look back. I ran like I had never run before, branches hitting my face, threatening to trip me at every step. But I kept running, driven by pure survival instinct. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that green maze. But finally, the screams faded away and were replaced by the normal sounds of the forest. I didn't slow down. I couldn't risk it. It was almost dark when I finally crossed the tree line and found myself on a real paved road. I started walking. My feet hurt. My body screamed for rest, but I couldn't stop, not yet. As the headlights approached, I waved my arms frantically, praying it wasn't Mike, praying they would stop. The car slowed down and pulled over. An elderly couple looked at me, their faces filled with concern. "Are you okay, dear?" the woman asked, looking at my disheveled appearance, the cuts and bruises. I shook my head, tears finally spilling out, and said, choking, "I need help, please." As they helped me into the car, promising to take me to the police, the reality of what I had escaped began to sink in. I was alive. I was free. But I knew the nightmare wasn't over. Mike was still out there, and who knows how many others like him. As we drove to safety, I made a silent vow that I would do whatever it took to make sure he was caught, and that no one else fell victim to his scheme. My ordeal may have been over, but my fight was just beginning. Next story. The first drop of blood on the kitchen floor should have been my cue to run. The old man's gentle smile had turned into something much more sinister. In that moment, I realized that I hadn't found shelter from the storm, but had walked straight into the lion's den. It had started as a simple road trip, a chance to clear my head after a messy breakup, just me and the open road. I had been driving for hours, the rain beating down on my windshield with increasing fury, when my old Chevy started making a noise that sent shivers down my spine, a rattling and spitting sound that meant trouble. I was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the last town I had passed through, when the car finally gave up. It sputtered once, twice, and then died completely, leaving me stranded on a lonely stretch of country road. I sat there for a moment, listening to the rain on the roof, assessing my options. My cell phone had no signal, and I hadn't seen another car in at least an hour. With a sigh, I put on my raincoat and stepped out into the downpour. That's when I saw it, a faint light in the distance, almost invisible through the sheets of rain. A farmhouse set back from the road, my salvation. I waded through the mud, my shoes squishing with every step. As I got closer, I could see more details. The house was old, with white paint peeling in places, but it looked well maintained. Flower pots lined the porch, and warm light spilled from the windows. I hesitated at the base of the porch steps. It was late, past 11 p.m. according to my watch. They would still be awake, but desperation overcame politeness, and I climbed the steps, raising my hand to knock. Before my knuckles could touch the wood, the door opened and an elderly gentleman stood there, his face marked by smile lines. His eyes sparkled with warmth. "Well, hello," he said, his voice as warm as his smile. "Looks like you got caught in quite a storm." A sense of relief washed over me as I stepped inside the house, out of the rain. The house was cozy, filled with the kind of knickknacks and worn furniture that speak of a long and well-lived life. I began to apologize for the intrusion, but he waved away my excuses. "Nonsense, we can't leave you out there in this weather. I'm Frank, and this is my wife Martha," he said, gesturing to an equally elderly woman who had appeared at the door of what I assumed was the kitchen. "Alex," I replied, still dripping on the welcome mat. "My car broke down about a mile from here. I was hoping I could use your phone to call for help." Martha looked sympathetic. "I'm afraid our phone line has been down since this afternoon because of the storm." My heart sank. "Oh, I see. Don't worry." "You can stay here tonight," Frank said, patting my shoulder. "The storm should be over by morning, and then we can sort things out. Martha, why don't you get some dry clothes for our guest while I make some tea?" Soon I was sitting at the kitchen table, wearing a borrowed robe that smelled slightly of mothballs, my hands wrapped around a steaming mug of tea. Martha insisted that I eat something, while Frank told me stories about the history of the farm. For the first time since my relationship had ended, I felt cared for. But as the evening wore on, little things began to bother me. The way Martha's smile seemed to fade when she thought I wasn't looking. The fact that Frank's eyes never met mine when he spoke. And there was something else I couldn't quite put my finger on. It wasn't until I got up to use the bathroom that I noticed a faint smell of copper, a slight coppery odor underlying the homey aromas of baked goods and furniture polish. I tried to shrug it off, but it clung to the back of my throat, leaving me uneasy when I returned to the kitchen. Frank was alone, washing dishes at the sink. "Martha went to prepare the guest room for you," he said over his shoulder. I nodded and sat back down at the table. That's when I saw a single drop of red on the faded linoleum floor. I stared at it, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. Frank must have sensed my eyes following his gaze to the floor. For a moment, neither of us moved, and then slowly, he dropped the plate he was holding and turned to face me. "I hoped you wouldn't notice that." I looked at him and my heart began to race. The kind old man had disappeared, replaced by someone else, someone whose eyes were cold and calculating. "What's going on?" I asked, hating the way my voice trembled. Frank sighed and reached behind him. "Nothing personal, you understand? It's just that Martha and I have certain needs, and we don't always get visitors here." He showed me his hand, and my blood ran cold. It was a large kitchen knife, its blade glinting in the ceiling light. I scanned the room for an escape route. "You don't have to do this," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'll leave right now. I won't tell anyone. I swear." Frank laughed, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Oh, I'm afraid it's too late for that, Alex. You see, we've already decided that you're going to help us, whether you want to or not." I ran for the front door, but Frank was surprisingly agile for his age and caught me before I could reach the doorknob. He grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "Martha," he shouted, "our guest is trying to leave." I heard footsteps on the stairs, and then Martha appeared, holding something in her hand, a syringe. With growing horror, I realized what was happening. Now," she said in her sickly sweet voice, "there's no need for all this fuss. Just a little prick, and you'll feel much better." I kicked and scratched and screamed, but they were stronger than they looked. Frank held me while Martha approached with the syringe. Suddenly, my elbow struck something soft in Martha's stomach, and she staggered backward with a cry of pain. The syringe fell to the floor. Taking advantage of Frank's momentary distraction, I broke free and ran to the kitchen, my mind racing to find the back door. There had to be a back door. I found it, trying to pick the lock while listening to Frank's angry shouts behind me. The lock finally gave way, and I stepped out into the rain-soaked night. The yard was muddy, and my bare feet slipped and slid as I ran. I could hear them behind me, their voices carried on the wind. I headed for the barn, thinking I could hide there and maybe find a weapon. The barn door creaked as I opened it, the sound seeming incredibly loud in the silent night. but inside it was pitch black. I groped with my outstretched hands, praying I wouldn't bump into anything. Suddenly my foot hit something solid, and I fell hard, landing on something wet and sticky. The smell of copper hit me again, and I had to stifle a scream when I realized what it was. Blood. So much blood. My eyes were adjusting to the darkness, and I could make out shapes hanging from hooks, tables with straps, and something else. Something that looked horribly like body parts. I stood up, bile rising in my throat. I had to get out of here. I had to run. I had to find help. But when I turned to leave, I saw that the door was blocked. Frank and Martha were there, silhouetted against the night sky. "Oh, Alex," Martha said, her voice full of false sympathy. "You really shouldn't have come in here." I backed away, my eyes darting around for a weapon, an escape route, anything. My hand closed around something cold and metallic, a pitchfork leaning against the wall. I brandished it in front of me. Frank laughed with a chilling sound. "Or are you going to kill us? It wouldn't be the first time someone's tried." They advanced slowly and confidently. They knew they had me cornered, but they underestimated my will to survive. I made my move, lunging forward with the fork extended in front of me like a spear. Frank's eyes widened in surprise, but it was too late. Martha screamed, a sound of pure rage and sadness. She came at me with her bare hands, her nails scraping across my face. We were rolling on the blood-soaked floor of the barn. My hand closed around something hard, a hammer that had fallen from a workbench. I spun blindly, feeling it connect with a dull thud. I lay there for a moment, panting, the reality of what had just happened sinking in. Then slowly, I got up and realized that the rain had stopped. In the distance, I could hear a sound that made my heart race. Sirens. When I staggered out of the barn, I saw police cars pulling up to the farmhouse, their lights painting the night red and blue. Someone must have heard the commotion and called for help. Relief and shock washed over me in equal measure. It was over. I was safe. But as the police gathered around me, asking questions I couldn't answer, I knew the nightmare was far from over. The things I had seen in that barn, the horrors I had experienced, would stay with me forever. I had survived, yes, but at what cost? Next story. The safe shouldn't have been open. That was my first clue that this seemingly comfortable house-sitting job was about to turn into a nightmare. As I stared at the pile of unmarked bills and the suspicious ledger, I heard the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the front door lock. At that moment, I knew I was in deep trouble. It had all started innocently enough. I was a broke college student desperate for some extra cash to pay for my textbooks and maybe splurge on something other than ramen noodles at least once. That's when my professor, Dr. Winters, mentioned that he and his wife needed someone to house sit for a week while they were away at a conference. I jumped at the chance. The Winters lived in one of those big, elegant houses in the suburbs, the kind with manicured lawns and 3-car garages. It was a nice change from my cramped apartment. When I arrived, Mrs. Winters gave me a tour, pointing out the plants that needed watering and the elaborate security system I needed to program every night. "Oh, and dear," she said, pausing at the office door, "that room is strictly off limits. Private papers and all, I'm sure you understand." I nodded without thinking much of it. Rich people and their secrets, right? The first few days were uneventful. I relaxed by the pool, raided the well-stocked fridge, and watched shows on their huge TV. It was like a vacation in paradise. But on the 4th day, curiosity got the better of me. I've always been a bit nosy. That's what made me want to be a journalist in the first place. The door to the forbidden office kept bothering me, and I couldn't resist taking a peek. I told myself I was just checking to see if everything was okay in there. Maybe there was a plant I had forgotten to water. That's all it took to convince me to try the door handle. To my surprise, it wasn't locked. The office was immaculate, all dark wood and leather-bound books. It looked like something out of a movie, but what caught my eye was the picture on the far wall, which was slightly tilted. Behind it, I could see the edge of a safe. Now, I'm not proud of what I did, but as I said, curiosity has always been my weakness. I approached the painting with my heart pounding and told myself I would only look, not touch anything. But when I moved the painting away, I froze because the safe was open, just a crack, but enough for me to see what was inside. That's when I heard the front door open. I panicked. I quickly closed the safe and straightened the painting with trembling hands. Footsteps echoed through the house, getting closer and closer. It wasn't Dr. Winters. I looked around, frantically searching for a place to hide. The closet was too obvious, and I would never be able to get out the window in time. I dove under the huge oak desk, pulling the chair close to hide behind. The office door opened, and a pair of expensive shoes appeared. "Everything's clean in here," the man said, presumably into a phone. "Yes, the safe is intact. Looks like the kid didn't snoop after all." Kid? Were they talking about me? Other footsteps entered the room and a female voice replied, "The last thing we need is a nosy college kid messing up our operation." My blood ran cold. What operation had I gotten myself into? "Let's grab what we need and get out of here," the man said. "The Winters will be back tomorrow, and we need to have everything ready by then." I held my breath as I listened to the safe being opened, papers rustling, and the distinct sound of money being counted. "With this last shipment, we'll have enough to expand into 3 more states," the woman said. "The boss will be pleased." My mind was spinning. This seemed big, much bigger than a common robbery or fraud. "What about the girl?" the man asked. "Do you think she suspects anything?" There was a pause, and the woman finally replied, "From what Winters said, she's just a naive student who probably spent the whole week at the pool." They continued to talk, mentioning names and places I didn't recognize. I tried to memorize as much as I could, despite my fear. My journalistic instincts kicked in. It seemed like hours, but it was probably only minutes before they finally left the office. I waited until I heard the front door close and a car engine start outside. Slowly, I crawled out from under the desk, my legs shaking and cramping, my mind racing. What should I do? Call the police? But what if the Winters were involved? They could come back at any moment, and I had no proof of what I had heard. With trembling hands, I approached the safe again, which was still slightly open, and found stacks of cash, the ledger I had seen before, and a flash drive. Without thinking much about the consequences, I grabbed the flash drive and put it in my pocket. I took a quick photo of the open safe with my cell phone, making sure to capture the money and the ledger as I closed the safe and straightened the picture frame. As I was closing the safe and straightening the picture frame, I heard another car pull up outside. I hurried out of the office, barely remembering to close the door behind me. I reached the living room just as the front door opened. Dr. and Mrs. Winters entered, looking tired but happy. "We didn't expect you to still be here," Mrs. Winters exclaimed. "How did it go?" I forced a smile, hoping my face didn't reveal the turmoil inside me. I managed to say, "No problem. How was your conference?" As they talked about their trip, I nodded, but my mind was elsewhere, and the USB drive felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket. "I'm sure you're eager to get back to your home," Dr. Winters said finally. "Here's a little something extra for your work." He handed me an envelope, and I thanked him, feeling sick to my stomach. I gathered my things and headed for the door, my legs feeling like jelly. "We might need a babysitter again next month. Would you be interested?" he asked. I turned, meeting his gaze. His smile seemed genuine, but there was something in his eyes, a calculating look I hadn't noticed before. I heard myself say, "Just let me know." As I drove home, my mind was in chaos. What had I gotten myself into? I had proof of something, but what exactly? I thought about going to the police, but without knowing who was involved, it seemed too risky. What if the corruption was bigger than I could imagine? When I got back to my apartment, I locked the door and closed the curtains. I felt exposed, vulnerable, With trembling hands, I inserted the USB drive. What I found made my blood run cold. Financial records, shipping manifests, names and addresses. It was all there. This wasn't just a small-time operation, but large-scale organized crime. And my professors, the kind Dr. and Mrs. Winters, were right in the middle of it. I spent the night poring over the files, taking notes, and trying to make sense of it all. In the morning, I had a decision to make. I could turn what I knew over to the authorities and hope for the best, pretend I had never seen anything, and try to forget it all. Or I could dig deeper and use my journalistic skills to uncover the whole story. When the sun rose, casting a pale light through my curtains, I made my choice. I couldn't walk away from this. It was too big, too important. I opened my laptop and began to type. The suburbs hide dark secrets behind their manicured lawns and friendly smiles, but sometimes all it takes is a curious house sitter to bring those secrets to light. I didn't know where this story would take me, or how dangerous it could become, but one thing I knew for sure. My life would never be the same again. My comfortable job as a house sitter had turned into the biggest story of my life, and I was determined to see it through to the end, no matter the cost. Next story. The moment her hand touched my arm, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. Her fingers were ice cold, her grip abnormally strong. When I looked into her eyes, begging for help, I saw nothing but emptiness. That's when I realized this wasn't a stranded driver, but a trap. I had been driving for hours, the monotony of the rural road broken only by the occasional glint of my headlights catching a traffic sign, or the eyes of some nocturnal creature. It was past midnight, and I was on my last delivery of the night as a driver for a small delivery company. These night routes were part of the job and were usually uneventful, even boring, but not tonight. I saw a lone figure on the side of the road, arm outstretched in the universal hitchhiking sign. At first I drove on, as company policy strictly prohibited picking up strangers. Something made me slow down, glancing in the rearview mirror. She looked so vulnerable, standing there in the dark, young, maybe in her early 20s, with long dark hair blowing around her face in the wind, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Against my better judgment, I found myself pulling the van into a parking lot and rolling down the passenger window. "I need help," she said, approaching slowly, relief evident on her face. "Thank God," she said, her voice trembling. "My car broke down a few miles back, and I've been walking for hours. Could you give me a ride to the next town?" I hesitated. All my instincts told me to drive away, but it was cold, and the city was at least 20 miles away. What kind of person would I be if I left her here? "Get in," I unlocked the doors. "I can take you to Millbrook." Her smile was one of gratitude as she climbed into the passenger seat. "Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver." After a few minutes, I felt her shivering next to me, so I turned up the heat. "I'm Alex," I said, trying to break the ice. "Sarah," she replied with a small smile. As we talked, I began to relax, as Sarah was easy to talk to, and I felt good about helping her. But as the night wore on, things started to feel strange. I noticed that Sarah was constantly looking at the side mirror, as if she was looking for something behind us, and when I asked her about the broken-down car, her story seemed to change slightly each time she told it. "What kind of car do you drive?" I asked casually, trying to find out the details. Sarah hesitated a little before answering. "Oh, it's a blue sedan, nothing special." But I clearly remembered her saying it was red before. My uneasiness grew as I realized we were now on the most isolated stretch of the route, with nothing but dense forest on both sides of the road. That's when I saw the headlights in my rearview mirror, a car approaching rapidly from behind. Sarah saw it too, and her demeanor changed instantly. The grateful, trembling girl disappeared, and in her place was someone completely different, cold and dangerous. "Pull over," she ordered in a harsh voice. "Why?" I asked, my heart racing. She snapped her fingers and reached into her jacket. My blood ran cold when I realized this wasn't a chance encounter. It was a trap. I slowed down the van, my mind racing. If I stopped, I'd be dead. But if I tried to run, in that split second of indecision, Sarah made the choice for me. She grabbed the steering wheel and pushed it hard to the right. I tried to maintain control, but the tires dug into the soft shoulder of the road. We were going too fast, and the world spun as the van rolled twice before coming to rest on its side in the ditch. For a moment, everything was silent except for the hissing of the radiator and the ringing in my ears. My head throbbed where it had hit the window, and I could feel warm blood running down my face. Trying to get my bearings, I realized Sarah was gone, the passenger door hanging open over me. Outside, I could hear male voices. "Check the van," someone shouted. "Make sure he's alive. The boss wants him breathing." Panic gave me strength I didn't know I had. I unbuckled my seatbelt, falling awkwardly onto the driver's side door. My body ached, but I forced myself to move. The back of the van was a mess, packages scattered everywhere. But amid the chaos, I saw my salvation. A small crowbar. I grabbed it just as a face appeared through the shattered windshield. A man in his 30s with a scar on his cheek. His eyes widened when he saw me, conscious and awake, and he shouted to someone behind him. I didn't give him a chance to say anything else. With all my strength, I swung the crowbar, which connected with a sickening crack, and the man fell back with a cry of pain. I managed to pry the driver's door open enough to squeeze through. As I climbed out of the wreckage, I got my first clear look at my attackers. There were 4 of them, including Sarah, all armed, all staring at me with a mixture of surprise and anger. "Don't move," one of them growled, raising his gun, but I was already running. Driven by adrenaline and sheer terror, I dove into the forest, branches slapping my face as I fled. Their footsteps echoed in the undergrowth behind me. I could hear them shouting, their voices growing fainter as I gained distance, but I didn't slow down. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I finally allowed myself to stop, I collapsed behind a fallen tree and strained my ears, listening for any sign of pursuit. Nothing but the normal sounds of the forest at night. As my breathing slowed, the reality of my situation began to sink in. I was lost in the woods, injured, without a phone, and with no idea which direction would lead me to safety. And somewhere out there, 4 armed men were hunting me. I couldn't give up. I had to keep going, using the stars to guide me. I started walking, every shadow making me jump, every crackling branch making my heart race. But I kept going. Hours passed, and the sky began to lighten, the first rays of dawn breaking through the trees. And then, like a miracle, I heard the distant sound of traffic. A new energy flooded me, and I quickened my pace, following the sound. Finally, the trees thinned out, and I found myself on the side of a highway, a different one from the one I had been on, but a path to salvation. I saw a car approaching and waved frantically, probably looking like a madman with my bloodied face and torn clothes. The elderly couple inside looked terrified, but they stopped. "Please," I shouted, "I need help. Someone is after me." They must have seen the desperation in my eyes, because the man nodded and unlocked the doors. "Get in, son. We'll take you to the police." As we drove, I recounted my harrowing night, and the couple listened in shocked silence, the woman clutching her husband's arm. At the police station, my story was met with skepticism at first, but when I described Sarah and the others in detail, I saw recognition in the detective's eyes. "We've received reports of a group operating this way along Interstate 80, he said, his expression grim, "targeting lone drivers, especially truckers and delivery drivers. But this is the first time anyone has escaped to tell us about it." Over the next few days, I worked with the police, giving statements and analyzing photos. They found my van, but Sarah and her accomplice had disappeared. I couldn't go back to my old job. The idea of driving on those lonely roads at night filled me with paralyzing fear. But in a way, Sarah and her crew gave me a gift, a story, a warning. I started writing and sharing my experience online. It resonated with people, especially other drivers, and soon I was giving talks and advocating for better safety measures for long-haul drivers and couriers. I found a new purpose, and while I still look over my shoulder more often than I'd like, I know that by speaking out I can save someone else from falling into the same trap. Because on dark roads, not everyone who asks for help is a victim. Sometimes, the real danger lies in trusting a stranger too much. Are you still there? If so, subscribe to the channel and leave it a like. It helps me to tell these stories to more listeners. Next story. The first footprint I saw could have been mine, the second perhaps a fellow hiker's, but the third, perfectly formed and definitely not mine, sent a chill down my spine. In the heart of the Rocky Mountains, it could only mean one thing. I was being hunted. I've always enjoyed camping alone. There's something about the solitude, the raw connection with nature that you can't get when you're with other people. This trip was supposed to be my escape, a week-long hike through some of Colorado's most beautiful and isolated terrain. I had planned meticulously, packing enough supplies for 10 days, just in case of emergencies. A satellite phone was my only concession to safety, and even then, I promised myself I would only use it in the most dire emergency. The first 3 days were everything I had hoped for. The weather was perfect, the fresh mountain air filling my lungs as I hiked through alpine meadows and dense forests. At night, I fell asleep to the sound of a nearby stream, the Milky Way stretching above me in a dazzling spectacle never seen in the city. It was on the fourth morning that things changed. I woke up just before dawn, as usual, eager to break camp and get an early start. That's when I saw a set of footprints in the soft earth near my tent. I must have made them last night and forgotten, I said to myself. But as I followed the trail with my eyes, my blood ran cold. They circled my entire camp, reaching my tent at one point. Someone had been watching me sleep. I packed my things faster than I ever had before, my hands shaking as I bagged everything. Part of me wanted to use my satellite phone right then and there to call for help, but what would I say? I saw some footprints. I had no proof of any real danger, and the rational part of my brain was still trying to find logical explanations. So I kept walking, following my planned route, but with a new sense of urgency. Every crackling branch, every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. By noon, I was exhausted, more from the constant state of alert than from physical exertion. I stopped at a small lake to fill my water bottles and try to calm my nerves. That's when I saw the reflection in the water, a figure standing on the ridge above me, partially hidden by a tree. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there. I figured it was just stress playing tricks on my mind, but I didn't stick around to find out. I grabbed my backpack and started walking again, no longer caring about following my planned route. My only goal now was to put as much distance between myself and whoever or whatever was out there. As the day wore on, the evidence became harder to ignore. A freshly broken branch here, a crushed patch of moss there, small signs that someone was following my route, staying in the shadows. When I arrived at the camp that night, I was devastated. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound a potential threat. I didn't dare light a fire, and instead choked down a cold meal of trail mix and jerky. Sleep was out of the question. I sat against a tree, a small folding knife in my hand, straining my eyes against the darkness. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard his footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving around the camp. I held my breath, trying to identify the source of the sound, which seemed to be coming from everywhere around me. Then a low, harsh voice said to me, "I know you're awake. Why don't you come out and say hello?" Terror overwhelmed me. This was real. "Who are you?" I managed to stammer. "What do you want?" A cold, joyless laugh. "What do I want? Oh, city boy, this isn't about wanting, it's about needing. And right now I need you to start running." I didn't need to be told twice. I ran out, leaving my tent and most of my gear behind. The only things I had were what I had been holding all night: my knife, the satellite phone, and a small backpack with water and energy bars. I ran blindly through the forest, branches slapping my face, threatening to trip me at every step. Behind me, I could hear him, not running, but moving steadily and confidently. He knew this forest. It was his territory, and I was nothing but prey. When the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I allowed myself to slow down, panting. I couldn't keep running forever. I needed a plan. The satellite phone. With trembling hands, I prayed for a signal. 1 bar would have to be enough. I was dialing when a sharp crack split the air, and the phone exploded in my hand, pieces of plastic and electronics scattering across the forest floor. The shot came from behind me, too close for comfort. "That would be cheating," the voice shouted, closer now. "It's between us, city boy." I ran again, fueled by a new rush of adrenaline, but I knew I couldn't outrun him forever. I found a stream and began to follow it downstream, hoping the water would mask my scent and cover my tracks as I moved. My mind raced, trying to remember all the survival tips I had ever read or seen on TV. After about a kilometer, I veered off suddenly, returning to the bank before heading off in a new direction. It wasn't much, but I hoped it would buy me some time and make him think I was still following the stream. I found some dense undergrowth and crouched down inside it, trying to slow my breathing to be as quiet and still as possible. Hours passed. The sun rose higher in the sky, its heat contrasting with the cold fear that gripped me. I heard him pass twice, muttering to himself, clearly frustrated at having lost my trail. I knew I had to move. I couldn't stay hidden forever, and I was no closer to safety than I was this morning. Carefully, I emerged from my hiding place, and that's when I saw it, a glint of metal in the dim light, a trap less than 10 feet from where I stood. If I had tried to run before, I would have tripped over it. The realization hit me like a punch in the stomach. He wasn't just tracking me, he was hurting me, leading me into his traps. This was a game he had played before. With this new understanding came a grim determination. I would no longer be his prey. It was time to turn the tables. I began to move with purpose now. I laid false trails and doubled back on myself, using every trick I could to confuse my trail. And the whole time, I kept an eye out for more traps, for signs of his passage. When night fell, I found what I was looking for. His camp. It was well hidden, but in his arrogance, he had underestimated me. He didn't expect his prey to become the hunter. I watched from the shadows as he returned, clearly angry at having lost me. He threw his rifle on the ground and collapsed near the fire, muttering curses. It was my chance. I approached him with my hand clenching my small knife, which wasn't much, but it was all I had. A branch snapped under my foot, and he turned his head, his eyes wide with surprise. For a moment we stared at each other. Prey and predator suddenly reversed. And then it all happened at once. I lunged forward with the knife extended. We collided, rolling on the ground, each fighting for survival. He was stronger, but I was desperate. Somehow, amid the chaos, my knife found its mark. He let out a sigh, more of surprise than pain, and then lay still. I stepped back, shocked by what I had done, but there was no time for regret or moral questioning. I grabbed his rifle and satellite phone and fled. The search and rescue took 2 days to find me. By then, I was dehydrated, exhausted, and on the verge of collapse. When the helicopter took me to safety, I looked down at the vast wilderness below, which no longer seemed beautiful. Now it just seemed like a place to hide bodies. The authorities found his camp and, with it, evidence of other victims. The man who had hunted me was wanted in 3 states for a series of disappearances. In the end, my nightmare saved lives. Next story. The moment I saw my reflection flicker, I knew something was terribly wrong. I froze in front of the bathroom mirror, my heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew the truth. Someone was watching me, and they were much closer than I realized. It was supposed to be a relaxing getaway after months of exhausting work and an unpleasant breakup. I decided to treat myself to a week's stay in a secluded cabin in the woods. It promised peace, tranquility, and all the modern amenities a city girl like me could want. It seemed perfect. When I arrived, I was immediately charmed by the cabin, which was rustic but very well maintained, with a cozy living room, a fully equipped kitchen, and a bedroom overlooking a serene lake. The owner, a friendly elderly lady named Margaret, gave me a quick tour before handing me the keys. "Don't worry about a thing," she said with a warm smile. "You have the whole place to yourself. The nearest neighbor is 5 miles away. It's just you and nature here." If only she knew how wrong she was. The first few days were blissful. I spent my time hiking the nearby trails, reading on the porch, and generally decompressing from the stress of city life. By the 3rd day, I felt more relaxed than I had in years. That night, I decided to treat myself to a long hot bath in the clawfoot tub, letting the lavender-scented bubbles ease the rest of my tension. I noticed something strange in the mirror hanging on the opposite wall. There was a small, dark spot in the corner, almost imperceptible unless you were looking directly at it. My curiosity was piqued. I got out of the tub and wrapped myself in a towel. As I approached the mirror, my wet feet left damp marks on the wooden floor. It was a camera lens, cleverly hidden in the ornate frame of the mirror. My blood ran cold. Someone was watching me. How long had it been there? How many other guests had been filmed? With trembling hands, I began searching the rest of the bathroom. Now that I knew what to look for, I found 2 more hidden cameras, one in the light fixture and another disguised as a coat hook. With panic in my throat, I went to the bedroom and found more cameras. In the living room, the kitchen, and even on the balcony. They were everywhere. I was completely alone and utterly terrified. Who was watching? What did they want? I grabbed my phone to call the police, but there was no signal, of course. I was miles away from the nearest cell tower. That's when I heard a soft noise coming from somewhere in the house. A door opened and closed, the sound getting closer, this time footsteps. Someone was inside. I frantically searched for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself, and my eyes landed on a heavy bronze candlestick on the mantelpiece. I grabbed it, its weight giving me security in my hands. The footsteps were in the hallway and now approaching the living room. With my heart beating so hard I was sure it could be heard, a figure appeared in the doorway. A tall, thin man with a face I recognized immediately. It was Margaret, the landlady, or rather, it was Margaret without her wig and makeup. "Well, well," he said. His voice no longer had the warm tone of the motherly figure I remembered. "It seems my little mouse has discovered the game." I clenched my fist around the candlestick. "Who are you? What do you want?" He laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "As for what I want, let's just say you're not the first guest to provide me with quality entertainment." The implication of his words made me feel nauseous. "The cameras, how long have they been here?" "Years," he said, taking a step closer. I backed away, keeping the coffee table between us. "And you, my dear, have been quite the star." I felt a wave of anger cut through my fear. "You sick bastard." He laughed again, pulling something out of his pocket, my cell phone. "I'm afraid that won't be useful," he said, waving it in front of me. "But you really should be more careful with your belongings." I glanced at the door, wondering if I could escape, but he was blocking the only exit, and I knew he'd be on top of me in seconds if I tried. "And now," he said, his tone becoming threatening, "we have 2 options here. One, you can try to fight. The other, you can run. I promise you this won't end well. Or you can be a good girl and do exactly what I say. Who knows, you might even like your new career. The idea of submitting to this monster made my skin crawl, but I forced myself to look defeated, my shoulders slumping as I lowered the candlestick. "That's better," he said. A triumphant smile plastered across his face. He took another step closer to me. "I knew you'd see reason." And that's when I made my move. When he got close to me, I swung the candlestick with all my strength. With a sickening thud, it connected, and he fell to the floor. I didn't wait to see if he was unconscious. I didn't wait to see if he was alive. I ran, grabbed my cell phone from where it had fallen, left the cabin, and stepped out into the cool night air, my bare feet pounding the dirt path as I ran toward the main road. I could hear him behind me shouting threats and obscenities, but fear gave me a speed I didn't know I had. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Finally, thankfully, I saw headlights in the distance, saw a car approaching on the main road. I waved my arms frantically, praying they would stop. The car slowed down and stopped. An elderly couple looked at me, their faces filled with concern. "You have to help me. There's a man after me." They didn't ask any questions. The woman opened the back door and I got in. As we drove away, I saw a figure emerging from the woods in the rearview mirror. Even from a distance, I could feel his anger. At the police station, my story was met with initial skepticism, but when they raided the cabin, they found not only the cameras, but also hard drives full of footage of me and countless other victims. The man, whose real name was Gerald Simmons, was arrested. The investigation revealed a sophisticated operation that had been running for years. He sold the videos on the dark web. In the weeks that followed, I struggled to come to terms with what had happened. The violation, the fear, the knowledge that intimate moments of my life were out there, potentially seen by who knows how many people. But by working with a therapist and connecting with other survivors, I found my voice and began advocating for stricter regulations on vacation rentals and raising awareness about hidden cameras. It's been a year now, and I'd be lying if I said I've completely overcome the issue. I still have nightmares about being watched, but I am slowly but surely healing. And every time I share my story, every time I see the recognition and gratitude in someone's eyes, I know that something good came out of my nightmare. Because now, when I look in the mirror, I don't see a victim. I see a survivor, a fighter, and a protector. The cabin in the woods took something from me, yes, but it also gave me a purpose, and in the end, that is worth more than any peaceful escape ever could. Next story. The first shot broke the silence of the night, and with it, my illusion of safety. I realized that this wasn't just a routine break-in. It was something much more dangerous. I had been working as a night security guard at the Millbrook Industrial Complex for just over 3 months. It was an easy job, or so I thought. The complex was huge, a maze of warehouses and office buildings on the outskirts of town. But at night, it was a ghost town. My job was simple: make my rounds, check the locks, and keep an eye on the security cameras. That night started out like any other. I arrived for my shift at 10 p.m., replacing Dave, the afternoon guard. "Nothing out of the ordinary to report. Everything as quiet as a graveyard out there," Dave said with a laugh as he left. "Try not to fall asleep, Jake." If only he knew how wrong he was. It was around 2 a.m. when I realized something was wrong. I was in the main security office, my eyes glued to the monitor bank displaying images from cameras throughout the complex. Something moved on one of the screens, a flickering shadow that didn't belong there. I sat up straighter and suddenly became alert. There she was again on a different camera, a figure running between the buildings. My heart rate increased. This wasn't a teenager looking for excitement or a homeless person seeking shelter. The quick, purposeful movement spoke of something more sinister. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police, when the alarm started blaring. Red lights flashed on the monitors as multiple security breaches were detected simultaneously. My instinct told me to act professionally. I was reaching for my radio to alert the outside security team when the first shot rang out. The sound echoed through the empty complex, and I saw the flashes from the barrel on one of the cameras. I knew I should stay quiet, lock the door, and wait for the police. That was what we had been trained to do. But something inside me couldn't just sit there. I had to know what they were looking for, had to try to stop them if I could. Grabbing my flashlight and key card, I left the security office. The complex was eerily quiet as the alarms had automatically turned off after 60 seconds to avoid attracting too much attention. In the distance, I could hear muffled voices and the sound of breaking glass. I moved carefully through the maze of corridors, my shoes creaking on the polished floor. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified in the tense silence. I turned a corner and saw them. 3 men dressed in black and wearing ski masks were trying to break into one of the high-security labs, the kind that even I didn't have access to. I quickly backed away around the corner, my heart pounding. What the hell was I doing? Armed only with a flashlight against armed intruders. This was crazy, but I couldn't just walk away. Whatever was in that lab was important enough for these guys to risk an armed robbery. I had to do something. Desperate for anything I could use as a weapon or distraction, my eyes landed on the fire alarm on the wall. The noise would alert the intruders to my presence, but it might also scare them off. I broke the glass and pulled the lever. The effect was instantaneous. Sirens blared and sprinklers activated, drenching everything in seconds. I heard screams of surprise and anger coming from around the corner. Using the chaos as cover, I peeked over the edge. The men were no longer at the lab door. They were running toward the exit. Relief flooded me. It had worked. They were leaving. But one of them stopped and turned back. Even with his ski mask, I could see his eyes narrow when he saw me. "Hey!" he shouted, raising his gun. I didn't think, I just ran. Bullets whizzed past me as I ran down the hallway, zigzagging to make myself a harder target. I could hear their footsteps behind me, gaining ground. I knew the layout of the complex better than they did. It was my only advantage. My lungs burned as I ran, fear and adrenaline propelling me faster than I had ever run before. I needed a place to hide, a place where I could lose them. The basement. The idea hit me like a bolt of lightning. The basement was a maze of storage rooms and maintenance tunnels. If I could get there, I might have a chance. I changed direction and headed for the nearest staircase. The chase was closer now, their shouts echoing off the walls. I pushed open the stair door and practically flew down the steps, taking 3 at a time. Behind me, I heard the door open again. They were right behind me. The basement was dark, lit only by emergency lights, casting long shadows. I ran down the main hallway, my wet shoes slipping on the concrete floor. Left, right, another left. I turned corners randomly, hoping to confuse them. My chest felt like it was going to explode, but I didn't dare slow down. Finally, I saw what I was looking for, a small maintenance closet in a corner. I opened the door and went inside, closing it behind me. The closet was tiny, barely big enough for me to stand in. It smelled of cleaning products and dampness. I held my breath, straining my ears to hear any sign of pursuit. The footsteps slowly approached as they got closer to my hiding place. I could hear them breathing heavily on the other side of the thin door. "Where did he go?" one of them asked. "Check all the doors," another replied. "He has to be here somewhere." I stood still, wishing I could become invisible. My hand clenched the flashlight, ready to use it as a weapon if necessary. The doorknob rattled. I tensed and braced myself for the worst. But then a sound made my heart race. Police sirens were getting louder by the second, and one of the men exclaimed, "We have to go now." I heard them run away, their footsteps fading into the distance. I didn't move, staying in the closet, shaking with adrenaline and relief, until I heard the unmistakable sound of police radios and multiple footsteps. When I finally came out, I was greeted by a team of very surprised police officers. The story spread quickly. The escape, the chase, all while the sun rose, casting long shadows over the complex. I sat in the back of an ambulance with a shock blanket over my shoulders. The police had captured 2 of the 3 intruders as they tried to escape. The third was still at large. Detective Sarah Chen, the lead investigator, approached me with an expression that mixed admiration and exasperation. Thanks to you, we were able to prevent a major theft. The lab they were trying to break into contains prototype technology worth millions. I could barely process everything that had happened. Who were they? I asked Detective Chen. Professional thieves working for a rival company. We've been monitoring their operation for months, but we never expected them to be so bold. She paused and looked at me with a serious expression. The department needs someone with your quick thinking and courage. Have you ever considered a career in law enforcement? I couldn't help but laugh. 12 hours ago, I was an executive security guard, counting down the minutes until the end of my shift. Now I was being recruited by the police. As I watched the sun rise over the industrial complex, casting a golden glow over the scene of my long night of trial, I realized that life can change in an instant. One moment you're going through a boring routine, and the next you're running for your life, making split-second decisions that can mean the difference between life and death. I didn't know if I would accept Detective Chen's offer, but I knew one thing. I would never see my boring security job the same way again, because sometimes the most ordinary nights can turn into the most extraordinary adventures, and sometimes the person you least expect to be a hero, even yourself, can rise to the occasion when it matters most. Next story. The moment the door closed behind me, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. There was something about the empty house, a purpose that sent shivers down my spine. The familiar facade of my clients had just crumbled away, revealing something much more sinister. It was supposed to be a routine showing. As a real estate agent in the upscale neighborhood of Oakwood Hills, I had done hundreds of them. The Jensen property was a gem, a 6-bedroom mansion with all the bells and whistles that wealthy clients in this area desired. Swimming pool, home theater, wine cellar, etc. When the Carters contacted me to see the property, I was excited. They seemed like the perfect buyers, a successful businessman, his elegant wife, and their 2 well-behaved children. They had the means and the motivation to make a quick sale. I remember thinking how lucky I was to arrive at the Jensen home on that sunny Saturday afternoon. The Carters were already waiting, looking perfect in their country club attire. Mrs. Reeves, Mr. Carter greeted me with a firm handshake. Thank you for seeing us on such short notice. Please call me Sarah, I replied with my best sales smile. Shall we start the tour? I guided them through the house, pointing out all its features, from the gourmet kitchen to the luxurious master suite. Mr. Carter seemed genuinely impressed, asking all the right questions. Mrs. Carter was particularly interested in the security system, which I assured her was top-notch. It was when we reached the basement that things started to go awry. Mr. Carter's questions became more pointed and focused on the layout of all the possible hidden spaces. You never know when you might need a panic room, he joked, but there was a tone in his voice that made me uneasy. As we climbed the stairs back to the main floor, I felt Mrs. Carter's hand on my arm. Her grip was surprisingly strong. Ms. Reeves, she said with a sickly smile, would you mind if we took another look at the master bedroom? I have a few more questions about the closet space. I nodded, making my way back upstairs. Mr. Carter and the children remained in the living room, engrossed in what appeared to be a heated discussion. The master bedroom was at the end of a long hallway. I walked in and started talking about the custom woodwork and designer accessories, but Mrs. Carter wasn't listening. She was staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. You know, Sarah, she said, moving a little closer, we're not really here to buy a house. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Her smile widened, revealing many teeth. That's when I felt a sharp pain in my neck and turned to see Mr. Carter behind me with an empty syringe in his hand. When did he get up the stairs? "What did you do to me?" I whispered. My vision was already starting to blur. "Don't worry, dear," Mrs. Carter said. "It will all make sense soon." The last thing I remember before losing consciousness is the sound of their cold, cruel laughter. When I woke up, I was in a dimly lit room I didn't recognize. My head was throbbing, and my mouth felt like it was filled with cotton. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized with growing horror that I was in some kind of cell. The walls were concrete, and the only way out was a heavy metal door. Panic set in as my memories came flooding back. The Carters, the visit to their house, the injection. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen to people like me. I tried to stand up, but my legs were wobbly, and I stumbled. That's when I noticed the chain, a thick metal shackle fastened around my ankle, connected to a bolt in the floor. I was trapped. Hours passed, or maybe it was days, and time lost all meaning in that windowless room. I alternated between frantic attempts to escape and periods of despair in which I curled up in a corner, sobbing. Finally, the door opened and Mr. Carter entered, looking more polished than ever in his expensive suit. "I'm glad you're awake," he said, as if we were meeting for a business lunch. "I hope you're finding your accommodation suitable." "Why are you doing this?" I asked. My voice was hoarse from screaming. He laughed. "Why does anyone do anything, Sarah?" "For profit. There are people out there willing to pay a lot of money for someone like you, young and attractive. You'll fetch a high price in the right market." The implication of his words hit me like a physical blow. Human trafficking. The horror stories I had heard on the news suddenly became my reality. "It won't work," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "People will look for me. The police." He laughed. "My dear, we've been doing this for years. By the time anyone notices you're missing, you'll be long gone. You'll just be another real estate agent who ran off with her clients' deposits. It's a surprisingly common occurrence, you know." He turned to leave, pausing at the door. "Try to get some rest. You have a long journey ahead of you tomorrow." When the door closed, I felt something inside me break. This was really happening. I was going to be sold like cattle, sent to God knows where, never to be seen again. But when the initial shock passed, something else took its place. Anger, determination. I refused to be a victim. I had to find a way out. I examined every inch of my cell for weak spots. The chain was solid, the walls impenetrable, but the door hinges looked old and rusty. If I could reach them somehow, I tore a strip of fabric from my shirt and began to braid it, making it as strong as possible. Then I started working on the bolt in the floor, which was secure, but the concrete around it was crumbling. If I could loosen it enough, I worked for hours, my fingers bloody and bruised, but finally, I felt the bolt give way and freed myself from the chain. Using my makeshift rope, I managed to reach the door hinges, which were as weak as I had hoped. With enough pressure, they began to creak and bend. The moment I heard the satisfying snap of the last hinge giving way, footsteps echoed down the hallway. I pressed myself against the wall next to the door, my heart pounding. This was my only chance. The door opened and Mrs. Carter entered. "Time to go, dear. I didn't let her finish. I hit her with all my strength, knocking her off balance. She stumbled and hit her head on the concrete wall. I didn't wait to see if she was okay. I ran. The hallway seemed endless with doors on both sides. I turned a corner and saw a window. Without hesitating, I threw myself against it. The glass shattered, and I felt a sharp pain as the shards cut my skin. But I didn't stop and fell onto the soft grass. We were in some kind of complex with high fences on all sides, but in the corner there was a gate. Freedom. Ignoring the pain, the fear, everything except the need to escape, I ran toward it. I cleared the gate in a single adrenaline-fueled leap and found myself on a quiet suburban street. I ran to the nearest house, banging on the door and begging for help. "Please call the police." An elderly woman opened the door, and her eyes widened in shock at my appearance. I must have looked like a crazy woman covered in blood and dirt, my clothes torn. "Please," I gasped, "they're going to kill me." She pulled me inside and called 911. While we waited for the police to arrive, I collapsed on her couch. The adrenaline finally wore off, and the next few hours were a blur of police statements and hospital visits. The Carters were arrested while trying to flee the city, and their house of horrors was raided, revealing a sophisticated human trafficking operation that had been running for years. As I sat at the police station, wrapped in a shock blanket, Detective Johnson approached me. "Sarah," he said, his voice rough but kind, "thanks to you, we've shut down one of the largest trafficking rings in the state. You've saved many lives today." The ordeal was over, but I knew the memories would stay with me forever. In the days that followed, as I tried to rebuild my life, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to my old job. I couldn't bear the thought of walking into strange homes with people I didn't know, but I could use my experience to help others. I started volunteering at a shelter for trafficking survivors, sharing my story and offering hope to those who thought all was lost. It wasn't the life I had planned, but it was a life with purpose, and every time I helped someone escape their own personal hell, I felt a little stronger, a little more healed. The headlights behind me hadn't moved for the last hour. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. After all, how many roads lead out of town at 2 a.m.? But as time passed and the lights remained fixed in my rearview mirror, a chill began to run up my spine. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, and my knuckles turned white. It had been a long day. I had stayed late at the office, finishing a project that couldn't wait until the next morning, trying to forget about deadlines and demanding clients. When I left, the city streets were almost empty, except for the occasional taxi or late-night reveler. Now, as I sped down the highway, that loneliness felt oppressive, the darkness pressing in on all sides, interrupted only by the glow of the dashboard and the persistent headlights behind me. I had the radio on, preferring the disjointed conversation to the deafening silence. I thought about pulling over and letting them pass, but something stopped me. What if they didn't pass? What if they stopped too? My hands were slippery with sweat and now slid across the steering wheel. When I took a corner too fast, the tires squealed in protest, and for a moment, I thought I might lose control, but the car held the road and I let out a shaky sigh. There had to be a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Maybe they were going to the same place as me. Maybe they were as scared of me as I was of them. A flash of red and blue in my rearview mirror cut through my rationalizations. My stomach dropped. It wasn't just a car behind me. It was a police car. Of course, it was the police. They had probably caught me speeding and were waiting for a safe place to pull me over. I parked near a bus entrance under the intense glare of a streetlight. Flashing in my mirror, I saw the police car pull up behind me, blocking my exit. I took a deep breath and grabbed my driver's license and registration, but the police car door didn't open. The lights remained on, casting sinister shadows across the empty parking lot. I waited, my heart racing again. Why weren't they getting out? I turned around in my seat to get a better look, and that's when I saw, or rather didn't see, that there was no one in the driver's seat of the police car. The police car was empty. When I opened my eyes, the scene remained unchanged. An empty police car, lights flashing, blocking my only way out. My mind raced, trying to understand what I was seeing. Had the cop left without me noticing? It had to be a trap. Of course, I was miles from anywhere, alone at a deserted rest stop with a ghost car. A sound to my left made me jump, and I turned my head in search of the source. There, at the edge of the light, I saw a tall, broad-shouldered figure dressed in what appeared to be a police uniform. I rolled down the window, ready to explain myself, but as the figure approached, the words died in my throat. It wasn't a cop. The uniform was right, but everything else was wrong. The face was hidden in the shadows, but I could see that the proportions were wrong. The arms were too long. I fumbled with the window control, desperate to close it, but before I could, a hand reached out and grabbed the frame. It was pale, almost translucent, with long fingers ending in sharp, blackened nails. The engine roared to life, and I put the car in reverse. The tires spun on the gravel, kicking up stones. The hand on my window tightened, leaving deep scratches in the paint. For a terrifying moment, I thought I was trapped. But then the tires found traction, and the car shot backward. When the creature's hand was torn from the window, I didn't look to see if I had hit it. I just kept going, circling the empty police car and returning to the highway. I drove like I had never driven before, pushing my old sedan to its limit, the speedometer shaking as it jumped from 90 to 100 miles per hour, and the world outside became a blur of darkness and scattered lights. I expected to see those flashing lights appear behind me again, but the road remained empty. It wasn't until I saw the familiar skyline of the city that I finally began to slow down. I pulled into the first 24-hour gas station I saw, under the bright fluorescent lights. For a long time, I sat there with the engine idling, trying to process what had happened, whether it was real or if I had dozed off at the wheel. There were 4 deep gouges in the paint, right where the window met the door, undeniable proof that something had tried to get in. I slumped down beside the car, my back against it, and let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. A concerned attendant came out to check on me, probably thinking I was drunk or on drugs. When I finally felt stable enough to drive again, I went straight home, checked all the locks, closed all the curtains, and curled up under the covers like a child afraid of the dark. I made a decision. I quit my job, packed my bags, and booked a flight to visit my parents. I needed to escape to a familiar and safe place while I decided what to do next. But as I drove to the airport, constantly checking my rearview mirrors for any sign of pursuit, I was sure of one thing. I would never drive alone at night again. Things that defied explanation existed, and somewhere out there, on a lonely stretch of highway, something was waiting for the next unsuspecting driver to come along, unaware of the terror lurking in the shadows. The experience changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I became hyper-vigilant, always aware of my surroundings, always looking for potential threats. Friends began to comment on my newfound paranoia, but how could I explain it to them? How could I make them understand the fear that now lives in my bones? The knowledge that the world is not what we think it is. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself drawn to the window, staring down at the empty street below. In those moments, I swear I can see a figure in the distance, just beyond the reach of the streetlights, waiting, watching, reminding me that no matter how fast I run, no matter how safe I think I am, the night will always be there, and with it, the memory of that terrifying journey and the creature that almost caught me. Next story. Casting long shadows across the unfamiliar terrain, I realized I was hopelessly lost. Then I saw a glimmer of light in the distance, promising shelter from the approaching darkness. I had told myself that this solo hike was exactly what I needed to clear my head after weeks of stress at work. Now, as the temperature dropped and the forest grew darker, I cursed my overconfidence. I had strayed from the main path hours ago, lured by what I thought was a shortcut. By the time I realized my mistake, the familiar landmarks had disappeared, replaced by dense undergrowth and tall trees that all looked the same in the dim light. I was alone. The light grew stronger as I approached, and I could make out the shape of a small cabin nestled in a clearing. Relief flooded me. Even if no one was home, it would be shelter for the night, and I could find my way back in the morning. The wooden walls were gray and weathered, and a small porch sagged slightly under the weight of the years, but warm light streamed from the windows, and I could see smoke coming from the chimney. Perhaps it was the absolute silence. No birds, no insects, not even the whisper of the wind through the trees. Or perhaps it was the way the light from the window seemed to flicker and dance, as if from a campfire rather than electric lamps. I took a deep breath and stepped into the clearing, heading for the front door. The porch creaked ominously under my weight as I raised my hand to knock, but before my knuckles could touch the wood, the door swung open. A man stood there, illuminated by the warm glow from inside. His voice was rough, as if tired from use. "What brings you to our part of the forest?" I swallowed hard, fighting a wave of nausea. "Sorry to bother you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I seem to have gotten lost." The man's eyes narrowed slightly, but then his face broke into a broad smile. Of course. Can't leave a fellow traveler out in the cold. Come in." He stepped back, gesturing for me to enter. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped over the threshold. The interior of the cabin was sparse but cozy. A large fireplace dominated the room, with flames dancing merrily. A few pieces of rustic furniture were scattered about, and I could see a small kitchen in one corner. "Sit down," said the man, pointing to a worn armchair near the fireplace. Gratefully, I felt the warmth of the fireplace take away the chill that had settled in my bones. When the man disappeared into another room, I took the opportunity to take a closer look. Something seemed strange about the cabin's interior, though it was well maintained. There were no personal touches, no photos, no knickknacks. My eyes settled on a small table near the door, with a collection of strange items scattered across its surface. A stained pocket watch, a handful of what appeared to be old coins, and a pair of stained glasses. The sound of footsteps made me turn around. The man had returned, but he wasn't alone. Two other figures followed him into the room, both with the same gaunt, hungry look as their companion. The three men exchanged glances. A silent communication passed between them, and then the first man spoke again, his voice dropping to a low growl. "It's been so long since we've had a guest." His earlier words, "What brings you to our part of the forest?" replayed in my mind, now sinister. The way he'd said, "our part." I should probably go," I stammered. "My friends will be looking for me." The man chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Oh, I don't think so. Why would we let you do that? It's been so long since we've had a guest." I backed away, frantically searching for an escape route, but they had positioned themselves between me and the door. They moved with inhuman speed, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye. I lunged blindly, my fist connecting with the jaw of one of the men who staggered back, more surprised than hurt. I used the moment of confusion to flee. I had no idea where I was going. No plan other than to put as much distance between myself and the cabin as possible. The forest was completely dark now, the trees looming like silent sentinels on all sides. I stumbled more than once but managed to get up and keep running. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter, but I didn't slow down. I leaned against a tree, breathing deeply as my racing heart began to slow, straining my ears for any sign that I was still being followed. The forest was silent except for the sound of my blood pounding in my ears. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to keep going. I had to find my way out of this forest before they found me again. With my aching muscles protesting every movement, I got up. The sky began to lighten, the first gray signs of dawn breaking through the treetops above. Who were those men? What did they want from me? The questions piled up, each more terrifying than the last. It was mid-morning when I finally broke free of the trees and stumbled onto a paved road. I almost cried with relief when I saw where I was. A passing driver took pity on me and gave me a ride to the nearest town, where I immediately went to the police. I tried to forget that night and convince myself that it was all just a stress-induced hallucination. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see those men, hear their voices, feel the terror of being hunted in that forest, And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I swear I can see something in my eyes, something hungry, something that doesn't belong to me. I wonder if I really escaped that night, or if a part of me was left behind in that cabin, replaced by something else, something that followed me home from those dark woods. Next story. The first thud from upstairs made me pause the movie. The second sent shivers down my spine. By the third, I knew there was something terribly wrong with this house. My first thought was the children I was supposed to be taking care of. Were they safe in their beds? The Millers were good people, always paid on time, and their children, Emma, 8, and Liam, 6, were usually well behaved. Tonight was supposed to be like any other night. Mr. and Mrs. Miller had gone out for their monthly date night, leaving me in charge until around midnight. The house was quiet, and I had settled onto the couch with some homework and the TV on in the background. That's when I heard a soft thud coming from upstairs, like something heavy falling on the carpet. Maybe one of the kids had gotten up to use the bathroom, or maybe it was just the house settling. Old houses made strange noises all the time. But then came a third thud, followed by what sounded like footsteps. Heavy footsteps, not the light patter of children's feet. Silence. I took a deep breath and held it. I had to check on the children. After all, it was my job. But as I approached the stairs, all my instincts screamed at me to run, to get out of the house and call for help. Pushing the door open slowly, I whispered, "Emma," staring into the darkness. My hand searched for the light switch, and I blinked when the room was suddenly illuminated. A worn teddy bear, without which she never slept, lay on the floor. Panicked, I ran to Liam's room next door, and the scene was the same. An empty bed, crumpled sheets, no sign of the boy who should have been fast asleep. The house remained silent, mocking my growing fear. I checked the bathroom, which was empty, and the guest room, the closets, and even under the beds. As I stood in the hallway trying to figure out what to do next, I heard another noise, this time coming from downstairs, a soft scraping sound, as if furniture was being moved. The scraping sound had stopped, but now I could hear something else, a low rhythmic humming coming from the kitchen. I crept closer, my heart beating so loudly that I was sure whoever was in there would hear me. The creature was swaying gently, humming that sinister song, and the children were swaying with it, their eyes glazed and their mouths open, their faces covered in tears. I must have made a sound, a sigh, a moan, I'm not sure, because suddenly that featureless face turned toward me. The smile widened, if that was possible, and it raised a long-fingered hand in a grotesque parody of a wave. I don't remember running out of the house, only the cold night air on my face and the screams tearing from my throat. Curious and concerned faces appeared in the windows of neighboring houses, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't explain. All I could do was run and scream. The days that followed were a blur of questions and accusations. The police suspected me at first, the babysitter who conveniently lost the children she was supposed to be looking after. But there was no evidence of foul play, no sign of a struggle. It was as if Emma and Liam had simply vanished into thin air. The Millers didn't blame me, at least not openly, but I could see the unspoken question in their eyes. How could you let this happen? Weeks turned into months. The search for Emma and Liam continued, but hope faded with each passing day. I tried to move on with my life, to forget that terrible night, but the memories haunted me. The sound of that buzzing, the sight of that featureless face. They followed me in my dreams, turning them into nightmares. I stopped babysitting. I couldn't bear the idea of being responsible for someone else's children, not after what had happened. Almost a year later, the creature came for me. I was home alone, studying for my final exams, when I heard that familiar thud coming from upstairs. My blood ran cold, and the memories of that night came flooding back. For a long moment I knew I should run, I should call for help. But part of me needed to know, needed to see. I climbed the stairs, each step seeming to take forever. The upstairs hallway was dark, as it had been that night, but this time there was a faint glow coming from under my bedroom door. I hesitated for a moment, then stood up and opened the door. In the center of my room stood Emma and Liam, looking exactly as they had a year ago, not a day older. As I entered, that terrible smile spread across its featureless face, and then, in a voice that seemed to pass through my ears and speak directly to my mind, it said, "We've been waiting for you. It's time to come home." Its hands reached out, inviting me to join them, despite all my instincts screaming at me to run, to fight, to do anything but give in. I felt my feet move forward. As I took its hands, the creature's smile widened impossibly, and the room began to disappear, replaced by a swirling darkness. I woke up in my bed the next morning, convinced that it had all been a terrible nightmare. But as I got up, I noticed something on my bedside table that made my blood run cold. A small, worn teddy bear, Emma's teddy bear. I'm no longer a babysitter. I don't sleep with the lights off. And every night I lie awake listening for that soft thud, that sinister buzzing, wondering when the creature will return, wondering if next time I will have the strength to resist its call. Are you still awake? If so, comment station to show you're still here. Next story. The first sign of trouble was the gas station attendant's broad smile. The second was the way the whole town seemed to fall silent as we drove through. By the time we realized something was terribly wrong, it was too late to turn back. My wife, Sarah, and I had been on the road for hours. We were on our way to her sister's wedding, taking back roads to avoid highway traffic, when the car sputtered and died on the outskirts of a town I couldn't even name. I was beginning to regret agreeing to her plan. "Don't panic," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "There's a town just up ahead. We'll get help and be back on the road in no time." When we reached the silent welcome sign for Millbrook, we were sweaty and irritated. The town itself looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting, with quaint storefronts and neatly trimmed lawns. But there was something strange about it. The streets were empty, even though it was only 5 p.m. The only sound was the crunch of our shoes on the sidewalk and the distant barking of a dog. We pushed the car to a gas station on the corner of Main Street. A bell rang as we entered the attached convenience store. A man behind the counter looked up, his smile immediate and wide, stretching his face too far. "Well, hello, strangers," he said, his voice overly cheerful. "Welcome to Millbrook. What can I do for you today?" I explained our car problem, and his smile widened even more, impossibly so. We sat down on plastic chairs near the window and watched as the attendant made a call outside. I noticed that some people had appeared on the street, all seeming to be looking in our direction, with the same disturbing smiles as the attendant. Before I could comment, the attendant returned. "Good news. Bill is on his way and should be here in an hour. Why don't you take a walk around town while you wait? Get some fresh air." As we walked down the main street, more people appeared, all greeting us enthusiastically with broad, unshakable smiles. The smiles, those unchanging, overly broad smiles, were starting to make me dizzy. We turned a corner and found ourselves in a small park, where a group of children were playing on a rusty swing set, their laughter echoing unnaturally in the quiet town. "Sarah," I said quietly, "I think we should go back to the gas station." She nodded, her face turning pale. We turned around, but the path was blocked by a group of townspeople, all smiling and staring at us with an intensity that made my heart race. "Now where are you going in such a hurry?" one of them asked, his voice sweet as syrup. "The fun is just beginning." We backed away, but more people were appearing from all directions, surrounding us, their smiles never wavering, even as their eyes grew cold and predatory. "What do you want?" I demanded. A woman said, "The Brook is always looking for new residents, and you two seem to fit right in." Sarah grabbed my hand, squeezing it tightly, and I could feel her shaking. The first man said, "Millbrook is the kind of place you never want to leave. Isn't that right, everyone?" A chorus of agreement spread through the crowd, the sound unnatural, and they began to close in, their hands outstretched as if to grab us. Panic seized me. I grabbed Sarah's arm and shouted, "Run!" We pushed our way out of the crowd. Hands grabbed at our clothes, trying to hold us back, but somehow we broke free. We ran through unfamiliar streets, the sound of pursuit close behind us. We turned a corner and found ourselves back on the main street. Our car was still at the gas station, and to my shock, it looked like it had been repaired. The hood was closed, and I could see the keys in the ignition. I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to see the gas station attendant, his smile now replaced by a look of rage. "Not very friendly," he growled. "Trying to leave without saying goodbye?" I pushed him away and dove into the driver's seat. Hands were banging on the windows, those terrible smiles still plastered on their faces. I put the car in reverse, not caring if I hit anyone, and they fell back as I pulled out of the gas station and onto the road. In the rearview mirror, I could see them standing in the middle of the street watching us drive away. It wasn't until we passed a sign welcoming us to the next county that Sarah finally spoke. "What was that place?" she asked, her voice little more than a whisper. We arrived at her sister's wedding just as the rehearsal dinner was ending. We made up excuses about car trouble, leaving out the details of our experience in Millbrook. Sarah and I avoided talking about it, but I could see in her eyes that she was haunted by it too. We never took side roads again, sticking to the main highways no matter how bad the traffic was. Whenever we passed through a small town, I felt my heart race, half expecting to see those unnatural, wide smiles greeting us. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself thinking about Millbrook. Is it still there, waiting for unsuspecting travelers? Are there others trapped behind those smiling faces, silently screaming for help? Or was it all some kind of shared hallucination caused by the heat and stress? Or when I hear a laugh that sounds a little too cheerful, I feel the same panic rising in my chest, and I know, deep down in my bones, that what we experienced was real. Somewhere out there, in the hidden corners of the country, Millbrook is waiting with open arms and unchanging smiles, ready to welcome its next new residents. I drive a little faster, my eyes fixed on the road ahead, trying to escape the memory of a town where everyone smiles, but no one is happy. Next story. The first time I saw him looking at me, I thought it was a coincidence. The second time, I told myself he was just being friendly. But the third time, when I found my favorite mug in the wrong cupboard, I knew something was up. It all started on an autumn morning, the kind where the air smells like fallen leaves and possibilities. I was carrying my groceries up to my third-floor apartment when I saw him for the first time. I offered a polite smile, which he returned after an overly long pause, his gaze intense. He seemed to be lingering near the mailboxes. "Lost your keys?" I asked. He nodded, never taking his eyes off my face. Over the next few weeks, I kept running into Michael. He always seemed to be in the hallway when I left for work or came home. At first, I tried to be friendly, chatting about the weather or complaining about the temperamental elevator. But his responses were always short, his gaze intense and unwavering. I started noticing him outside the building. I would catch glimpses of him across the street when I went out for my morning run. He was at the coffee shop where I liked to work with my laptop on weekends. Once, I even saw him at the supermarket, lurking at the end of the aisle while I was choosing cereal. New York was a big city, but neighborhoods could feel small, and it was probably just coincidence that we kept running into each other. Besides, Michael had never done anything threatening. He was always just there. But then things in my apartment started to change. At first, it was small things. A book out of place on the shelf. A window I could have sworn I closed but was left open a crack. The mug was what finally convinced me that something was wrong. It was my favorite, a handmade piece of pottery that my sister had given me for my birthday. I always kept it in the cupboard just above the coffee maker. But one morning I opened the cupboard, and it wasn't there. There was no way I could have put it there. No way I could have been that distracted. This meant that someone had been in my apartment, and I had a feeling I knew who it was. I started taking precautions, changed the locks, installed a security camera in my living room, and asked the building manager to check if anyone had requested access to my apartment. The camera footage showed nothing out of the ordinary, but objects continued to move around my apartment. The pillows were arranged differently when I got home, and the books on my nightstand were in a new order. Once, I even found a shirt I had never seen before mixed in with my dirty laundry. How could I explain it? I had no proof, just a growing certainty that my neighbor was somehow getting into my apartment and going through my things, watching me sleep. One night, about 2 months after Michael moved in, I woke up to a noise in my living room. I grabbed my phone with trembling hands, ready to dial 911. But as my fingers touched the screen, a shadow fell across my bedroom door. I froze, barely daring to breathe. Michael's voice was soft, almost gentle. He laughed, a low sound that sent shivers down my spine. "I've always been here, Emma," he said. "You just didn't notice me before." He took a step into the room, and I cowered against the headboard. "Get away from me," I screamed, finally finding my voice. "I'm calling the police." "No, you're not," he said calmly, and to my horror, I saw my phone in his hand. The window was too high to jump out of, and he was blocking the only door. I was trapped. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to get him to talk while searching for something I could use as a weapon. Michael took another step closer, and in the dim light I could see his face. His eyes were wide and feverish, his smile too wide and full of teeth. "Your hopes, your fears, your dreams," he whispered, "were perfect for each other. Can't you see that?" I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "You don't know me. You're sick, Michael. You need help." His face darkened, his smile turned ugly. "I'm not sick," he growled. "I love you. Why can't you understand that?" But he was faster, grabbing my arm and pulling me back. We struggled and crashed into the dresser. I felt something sharp against my hand and grabbed it without thinking. A pair of scissors I had left lying there. I banged on the doors, screaming for help. The lights came on, the doors opened. My neighbors appeared, confused and alarmed. Someone was calling the police. I collapsed in the hallway, shaking and sobbing. The police arrived quickly. They found Michael in my apartment, bleeding from a cut on his arm. As they took him away in handcuffs, he kept calling my name, saying he loved me, that we were meant to be together. I learned that Michael had been stalking women for years, moving from city to city when things got too hot. He chose me as his latest obsession, but I was the first to fight back. I couldn't stay in that apartment after what happened. I changed jobs and even changed my name, but the fear lingered for months. In the living room, I would check and recheck my locks, jump at unexpected noises, and tremble when strangers got too close. It's been 2 years now, and I've been doing better thanks to therapy and a support group for stalking survivors. But I'll never forget the terror of that night, the feeling of violation knowing that someone was in my space, watching me when I thought I was alone. When I'm at a coffee shop and see someone looking at me, probably innocent, just a curious glance or a friendly smile. For a moment, I'm back in that apartment with Michael's eyes fixed on me, and I hurry home, lock the doors, and remind myself that I'm safe, that he can't hurt me anymore. Scariest of all is there's someone else out there watching me even now, waiting for their chance to make me their obsession. Next story. The moment the lights went out and stayed out, I knew it wasn't going to be a normal night shift. In the sudden darkness, surrounded by the hum of servers and the eerie glow of emergency lights, I realized I was no longer alone in the data center. I had been working the night shift at Centex Data Solutions for about 6 months. It was an easy job most nights, monitoring the systems, doing some routine maintenance, and occasionally rebooting a server that decided to act up. I waved to the day shift employee as he practically ran out the door and settled in for my 12-hour shift. The first few hours were uneventful. I ran some diagnostics, responded to a few emails from the international team, and was about to eat my midnight snack when it happened. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. That's when I heard a soft thud coming from somewhere in the server room, and my heart rate shot up. I should be the only one here. "Hello?" I shouted, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is anyone there?" There was no answer, but I could swear I heard footsteps. I grabbed a flashlight from my desk and slowly entered the maze of server racks. The beam of light cut through the red darkness, illuminating rows and rows of flashing lights and humming machines. I said louder this time, "If anyone is here, you need to identify yourself immediately." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone crouching behind a server rack. My palms were sweaty, and the flashlight was slipping in my fist. I should leave, I thought. I should call the police. But with the phones down, there was no way to contact anyone. And if these intruders were after what I thought they were, I couldn't just walk away. This wasn't some amateur hack. It wasn't like cracking your grandmother's Facebook password. I peeked around the corner, and my blood ran cold at the sight of two figures hunched over a laptop that was connected directly to one of our most secure servers. I wasn't an action hero. My combat skills were limited to pressing buttons on video games, but I couldn't just stand there and let this happen. I took a deep breath and stepped out of my hiding place. "Move away from the server," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "You are trespassing on a secure facility. The silent alarm has already been triggered and the police are on their way." It was a bluff, but I hoped they wouldn't know that for sure. The two looked at each other. "He's lying," one of them said. The one next to the laptop added, "If the alarm had been triggered, we would know. Our man inside made sure of it." Witnesses said time seemed to slow down. I saw his finger squeeze the trigger at that moment. Pure instinct took over. I dove to the side, hitting a server rack. The gun fired, the deafening sound echoing in the enclosed space. The alarm began to sound. Apparently, the shots were enough to trigger the system that the hackers thought they had disabled. Red lights began to flash, adding to the chaos. I got up and ran between the rows of servers. I could hear them behind me, shouting and knocking things over in their pursuit. I needed a plan. I couldn't run from them forever. Eventually, they would corner me. Then I remembered the fire suppression system, my last resort. It was a desperate move that would probably fry millions of dollars worth of equipment, but at that moment, it was my only chance. I heard one of the hackers shout, "We're not done yet," but it was too late. With a loud hiss, the room began to fill with halon gas. The hackers' curses turned to coughing, and then gasping for air. I headed for the emergency exit, gasping for air. Behind me, I could hear the hackers stumbling too, clearly disoriented when they recovered. The sound of approaching sirens filled the air. The next few hours were a blur of police statements, paramedic exams, and frantic calls from upper management. The damage to the data center was extensive, but our customers' data was safe. I had faced real danger and emerged victorious. I had protected the data I was responsible for, even at a great cost. But when the adrenaline wore off, a sobering thought occurred to me. This attack was sophisticated and well planned, and it would not be the last in our increasingly digital world. I realized then that my job wasn't just to maintain servers and run updates. I was on the front lines of a new kind of war, fought with keyboards and code instead of guns and bombs, and I was determined to be ready for the next battle. As I dragged myself to bed, my mind was already racing with ideas for improving our security. But for now, sleep beckoned. After all, I had another night shift tomorrow, and in this line of work, you never knew what challenges each night might bring. Next story. The first growl made us freeze. The second one made our blood run cold. By the third, we knew with terrifying certainty that we weren't alone in this dark underground maze, and that whatever was here with us was hungry. My friends, Mike, Sarah, Tom, and I, had decided on a weekend hiking trip. Sarah, always up for an adventure, was game. Mike, Tom, and I were more hesitant, but we eventually gave in to their enthusiasm. The hike started off great. The weather was perfect, cool and crisp with a light breeze. We laughed, shared stories, and marveled at the beauty of nature around us. But as the hours passed, the trail became less and less clear. We had to admit that we were lost. The sun was setting in the sky, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. That's when Sarah spotted the entrance to the cave, half hidden behind a group of rocks, and suggested we spend the night there. It would protect us from the wind, and we could find our way back in the morning. The interior of the cave opened into a larger chamber. Our flashlights cast eerie shadows on the rough stone walls, and water dripped somewhere in the distance, the sound echoing menacingly. "Well, this is cozy," Mike said, his attempt at humor falling flat in the oppressive atmosphere. We set up our makeshift camp, spreading out sleeping bags and dividing the few rations we had left. I was about to suggest we try to get some sleep when we heard a low growl that seemed to come from the very walls of the cave. We all froze, our eyes wide in the dim light of our flashlights. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Probably just the wind," Mike said, but he didn't sound convinced. Trying to keep my voice steady, I said, "Caves like this usually have multiple chambers. Maybe we can find another way out." It wasn't a great plan, but it was all we had. We quickly gathered our things, our hands shaking as we stuffed our sleeping bags into our backpacks. The growls were getting more frequent, now interspersed with the sound of something large moving in the darkness. Our lights fell on a pile of bones in the corner, some clearly animal, but others disturbingly human. Sarah let out a muffled sob. Oh God, what is this place?" As if in response, a roar shook the cave so loudly that my ears rang. Then we saw it emerging from a dark crevice, a creature that shouldn't have existed. It was huge, about 6 feet tall, with a body that looked like a mixture of a naked nightmare and something almost human. Its eyes reflected the beams of our flashlights, shining brightly. For a moment, we all froze in terror. Then Mike shouted, "Run!" and we all sprang into action. We ran down a side passage, the creature's roars, and the sound of its massive body scraping against the rock right behind us. The creature's growls grew closer, and we pressed ourselves against the far wall, flashlights pointed at the entrance. I could feel Sarah shaking beside me, hear Mike's rapid, panicked breathing. "What do we do?" Sarah whimpered. I looked around desperately, searching for something that could help us. That's when I noticed the strange marks on the wall behind us. They looked ancient, like cave paintings, but there was something strange about them. Before I could explain, the creature appeared in the entrance to our chamber, filling the entire opening, its yellow eyes fixed on us with predatory intensity. I looked up and saw Sarah, Mike, and Tom staring at me with wide eyes. Behind us was a rock face, no sign of a cave entrance, just those same strange glowing marks. In the days that followed, our story was met with disbelief by the park rangers, who searched the area we described, but found no cave, no monster, just those strange marks, which they dismissed as common rock formations. We researched cave systems and even quantum physics, seeking any explanation for what we had found. Sarah devoted herself to her work, while Mike turned to religion, finding comfort in faith. Tom, ironically, swore to abandon the outdoors altogether. We don't talk much about that night anymore. It's too unbelievable and terrifying to put into words. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can hear a distant growl, and I wonder if that creature is still lurking in its underground lair, waiting for its next unsuspecting victims. And I think about those marks, that impossible portal that saved our lives. What were those things that put them there? Are there others scattered around the world waiting to be discovered? I don't have any answers, but I know one thing for sure. The next time someone suggests a hike to see some spectacular scenery, I'm staying home. Some adventures, apparently, are better left unexplored. Next story. The first crack on the window made my heart race. The second made me realize it wasn't just the wind. By the third, I knew with sick certainty that someone was trying to break in, and I was alone in a house miles away from help. I should never have agreed to house sit for my aunt. Sure, her house was beautiful, a large country house nestled in the rolling hills of Vermont, but it was also isolated, with the nearest neighbor a mile away on a winding dirt road. I enjoyed the luxury of sleeping late without an alarm clock. I made a leisurely breakfast and settled on the porch with a book, enjoying the warm summer sun. As evening approached, I went inside and made dinner, then curled up on the couch to watch a movie. That's when I heard a soft thud outside. A shadow passed by the window, a figure much larger than my petite aunt. That's when the first crack on the glass made me jump. I ran upstairs, cowering in the guest room. I could hear them moving around downstairs, the heavy footsteps of boots on the wood, the crash of something being knocked over. My hands shook as I fumbled with my phone to try to dial 911, but as the call tried to connect, I remembered my aunt's words when I arrived. Cell service is spotty here. If you need to make a call, use the landline in the kitchen where the intruders were now. I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon, and my eyes fell on a heavy brass lamp on the bedside table. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I turned off the lamp and held it tightly as I crept toward the door. The hallway was dark, and the only light came from downstairs. I looked around frantically and saw a linen closet at the end of the hallway. Without thinking, I headed toward it and stepped inside. Through a crack in the door, I heard footsteps on the stairs and saw a man pass by, tall and broad-shouldered, dressed all in black, holding a crowbar in his hand. I could hear him rummaging through the drawers and opening the closets. He was getting closer. Just when I thought he was about to discover my hiding place, a shout came from downstairs. "Hey, I found something!" The man turned and ran down the stairs. I eased the closet door open. The hallway was empty. I crawled toward the stairs, straining my ears to hear any sound of movement downstairs. I could hear them in what sounded like my aunt's office. They were arguing about something, their voices rising in frustration. I reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped to listen. They were still in the office. The front door was only a few feet away. If I could get there. I took one step forward, and then another. The door was very close, just a few more steps. I ran to the door, yanking it open and bursting into the cold night air. Behind me, I could hear screams and footsteps. I ran down the porch steps and across the lawn toward the woods surrounding the property. I ran blindly, with no idea where I was going, driven only by the need to escape. My lungs were burning, my legs hurt, but I kept going. The sound of pursuit seemed to be getting weaker. Or was it just my imagination? That's when I saw a large, hollow tree trunk a few meters away. Without hesitation, I dove into it, curling up as small as I could in my hiding place. Please, I thought, please don't let them find me. The minutes passed like hours. I could hear them moving and searching. More than once, a beam of light passed over my hiding place, and I was sure I had been discovered. But every time, they moved away. I don't know how long I stayed in that tree trunk, probably hours. The sky was beginning to lighten when I finally mustered the courage to crawl out. My whole body ached, and I was covered in dirt and scratches. But I was alive. Somehow, I had survived. The house was silent. The front door was open, and inside, I could see evidence of their search. Drawers pulled out, items scattered on the floor. With trembling hands, I picked up the landline and called the police, who arrived quickly, lights flashing and sirens blaring. The intruders were never caught. The police said they were probably just thieves who thought the house was empty. But in my nightmares, I still see them chasing me through those dark woods, their angry screams echoing in my ears. When the city is quiet and the shadows seem to lengthen, I find myself thinking about that night, how close I came to I don't know what, and I wonder about those men, Who were they? What were they looking for? Next story. The moment I saw his thumb sticking out from the side of the desolate highway, I knew I shouldn't stop. But as the lone figure grew larger in my rearview mirror, curiosity overcame my common sense. My eyes were heavy, my back ached from too many hours behind the wheel. I was eager to get to the next town, wherever it was, and end the trip. That's when I saw him. A lone figure by the side of the road, arm outstretched, thumb up, in the universal hitchhiking sign. I had heard all the stories about the dangers of picking up strangers, especially in the middle of nowhere. But something about the man's posture, the slump of his shoulders, made me hesitate. He looked defeated, desperate. I slowed down and pulled over to the shoulder a few feet ahead of him. I watched in the side mirror as he ran toward the car, his face breaking into a relieved smile. "Thank you," he said as he opened the passenger door. "By the way, I'm Jim." "Alex," I replied, pulling back onto the highway. "Nice to meet you, Jim." For the first hour or so, everything seemed fine. Jim was quiet but polite, answering my occasional questions with brief replies. Jim started to become more talkative, asking about me, where I was from, where I was going. I gave him vague answers, but I still didn't feel entirely comfortable sharing much personal information. "Have you ever wondered what it would be like to just disappear?" Jim asked suddenly. "I can't say I have," I replied cautiously. Jim laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Lately, I've been thinking about it a lot." After that, the conversation died down, and an uncomfortable silence filled the car. After a while, Jim asked, "Mind if I change the radio station?" I said yes, grateful for the break in the tension. When he leaned forward to fiddle with the knob, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Tucked into the waistband of his jeans, partially hidden by his shirt, was the unmistakable shape of a gun. "Jim, where exactly in California are you going?" I asked, my voice betraying my anxiety. He turned to me, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I thought I said I didn't have a specific destination, right?" "Sorry," I muttered, cursing myself for the slip. I must have misheard. Jim was watching me now, his previous friendliness replaced by something harder and more calculating. I could feel the sweat beading on my forehead and my heart pounding in my chest. "You seem nervous, Alex," he said, his voice low. I tried to sound casual. "Everything's fine," I told him. "Yeah, I'm fine, just tired. Been driving for a long time, I guess." I was trying to figure out what to do when I saw a rest stop sign just a mile ahead. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. Maybe I could find a way to get help or at least get away from Jim. As soon as I pulled over, I unbuckled my seatbelt and reached for the door handle. "Alex," Jim's voice made me freeze. "If I were you, I wouldn't do that." His hand was now resting on the gun in his waistband, pointed directly at me. My heart felt like it was going to explode in my chest. "Jim," I said, my voice trembling, "you don't have to do this. Whatever you're running from—" "Shut up," he snapped. "Start the car, we're leaving." "Please," I begged, "take the car, you don't need me." His laugh was cold and humorless. "Oh, but I do. You're my insurance policy, see? As long as I have you, no one will look too closely at me. We're just two friends on a road trip, right?" With trembling hands, I started the car. As we left the rest stop, I saw a family returning to their minivan. I wanted to scream, honk the horn, do anything to get their attention, but the cold pressure of the gun against my ribs kept me silent. We drove through the night, Jim directing me onto smaller and smaller roads, and I lost track of where we were. Jim instructed me to turn onto a dirt road that led into the desert. We drove for hours until finally he told me to stop. "End of the line, Alex," he said, gesturing with the gun for me to get out of the car with trembling legs. The desert sun was rising, casting long shadows across the barren landscape. Jim walked me a short distance from the car, never letting go of the gun. "I'm sorry it had to be this way," he said, and for a moment I thought I saw a flash of regret in his eyes. Wrong place, wrong time, I guess. I closed my eyes, waiting for the shot that would end it all, but it didn't come. Instead, I heard the sound of footsteps receding and a car door slamming. It took 2 days for someone to find me. 2 days of scorching heat and freezing nights, of thirst and hunger, and the real fear that I would die there. When a forest ranger finally spotted me, I was delirious, sunburned, and on the verge of collapse. The police never found Jim or my car. They told me I was lucky to be alive, that many victims of similar crimes weren't so lucky. But as I lay in the hospital trying to understand what had happened, I didn't feel lucky. I felt violated, betrayed by my own compassion. It's been years since that night, but I still see Jim's face in my dreams. I still feel the pressure of that gun against my ribs. Every time I see a hitchhiker on the side of the road, I feel a mixture of fear and guilt as I speed by with my windows rolled up. I learned a hard lesson in the desert that day. Sometimes the most dangerous predators are those who look like us, those who take advantage of our kindness, our empathy, and sometimes the choice to help a stranger can lead us down a path of no return. Next story. On the first night in our new house, I heard footsteps when everyone was asleep. On the second night, I found a door that wasn't there before. On the third night, I had the chilling certainty that we weren't alone in this place, and that whoever was sharing our home didn't want us there. We were so excited about the move. After years of living in a cramped apartment, Sarah and I had finally saved enough to put a down payment on a house. It was an old Victorian house, a little rundown, but with good bones, as the real estate agent emphasized. The price was surprisingly low for the neighborhood, but we didn't question our luck. We were too excited about the prospect of space for our growing family. Sarah was 5 months pregnant with our first child. The first few days were a whirlwind of unpacking and settling in. The house creaked and groaned, but we attributed that to its age. I was so focused on getting everything ready for the baby that I hardly noticed the strange cold spots in certain rooms, or the way the shadows seemed to move in the corners of my vision. It was on the third night that things took a turn. I was up late painting the baby's room when I heard clear, distinct footsteps coming from upstairs. But that was impossible. We didn't have an attic, and Sarah was fast asleep in our bedroom on the second floor. When I reached the top of the stairs, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the wall opposite our bedroom was a door I was certain hadn't been there that morning, with an ornate brass doorknob that seemed to glow in the dim light. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, go back downstairs and pretend I had never seen it. But curiosity, that damn human trait, propelled me forward. I took a deep breath and turned the knob slowly. The door swung open with a creak that seemed to echo through the silent house. Beyond it was thick, impenetrable darkness, and the beam from my cell phone flashlight barely seemed to make a mark on it. My light fell on something that made my heart leap into my throat, a motionless figure in the darkness. I staggered backward, a scream of terror caught in my throat, but it wasn't a person. When my eyes adjusted, I realized it was a mannequin dressed in what looked like clothes from another century. Around it were piles of boxes and old furniture, all covered in a thick layer of dust. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye. A glint of metal nestled among the boxes. Curiosity got the better of me once again, and I moved closer to investigate. It was a medallion, stained by age but still beautiful. There was an inscription on the back, but it was too worn to be understood. As I fumbled with the clasp to try to open it, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps coming from behind me. But there was nothing there, just the open door leading back to the familiar hallway of our house. That should have been my cue to leave, to close the door and never look back. But I didn't. Instead, I put the locket in my pocket and continued exploring the room, which was larger than I had initially thought. As I reached back into the shadows, my light couldn't penetrate. I went deeper, past more mannequins and piles of old furniture. The further I went, the colder it got, until I could see my breath in front of me. The whisper had become a roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I rushed toward the door, but it wasn't there. Where the door had been, there were now only more walls and more darkness. Panic overwhelmed me. I banged on the walls, screaming for help, but my cries seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive silence of the room. I stood in the hallway, breathing heavily, my heart racing. Had that really happened, or had I fallen asleep while painting and had some kind of vivid nightmare? But the weight of the medallion in my pocket told me it had been real, all too real. I told myself I would find out everything in the morning, but when dawn broke, the door was gone. The wall was smooth and intact, as if the events of the night had been nothing more than a dream. Even the medallion had disappeared from my pocket. I tried to convince myself that it had been just a dream, a hallucination caused by stress and paint fumes. But deep down, I knew the truth. In the weeks that followed, strange occurrences became our new normal. Objects moved on their own, doors closed without warning, and there were always footsteps at night. Sarah noticed it too. I would catch her staring at the walls, sometimes with a look of confusion and fear on her face, but we didn't talk about it. Then came the night when I woke up to find Sarah's side of the bed empty. Panic overwhelmed me, and I searched the house, calling her name. I was about to call the police when I heard her muffled but unmistakable voice coming from behind that damn door that had reappeared in the hallway. Beyond it, yawning darkness. "Sarah," I shouted, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. "John! John, help me!" Her voice sounded distant, frightened. I ran toward the sound, barely noticing the objects around me emerging from the darkness. More mannequins, antique furniture, things I couldn't identify, but none of that mattered. I found Sarah in what looked like an old nursery, surrounded by creepy antique dolls and a rusty crib. She was curled up in a rocking chair, her hands protecting her swollen belly. Before I could respond, a cold wind swept through the room. The dolls' heads turned their glassy eyes toward us, and then we heard that voice again, no longer a whisper, but a bone-chilling scream. After what felt like an eternity, we managed to make our way back to the door, burst through it, and I slammed it shut, leaning against it as if only my weight could keep the horrors out. We didn't spend another night in that house. We packed what we could and left, abandoning most of our possessions and any hope of recovering our down payment. We learned the history of the house, of the tragic deaths, of the disappearances, of the series of owners who fled during the night. We were lucky, according to the local historian, to have escaped, but sometimes late at night, I still hear those footsteps, still feel the cold touch of that medallion in my pocket, and wonder about the souls trapped in that hidden room. I pray that they remain there, locked in that house where reality bends and nightmares come to life. Because now I know the truth. Some houses are never really empty, and some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Next story. The moment I stepped onto the porch of that isolated farmhouse, I knew something was terribly wrong. The door was hanging off its hinges, and an eerie silence enveloped the property. My name is Claire, and I've been a social worker for almost a decade. I thought I had seen it all. Homes ravaged by poverty, families torn apart by addiction, children with visible and hidden scars. But the Lawson case was different. It was the case that almost broke me. The standard procedure was to make a home visit, assess the situation, and determine if further intervention was necessary. The file stated that the family lived in a remote area, but I hadn't realized how isolated it was until I found myself driving down a narrow dirt road. The farmhouse suddenly appeared against the gray sky, like something out of a Gothic novel, with peeling paint on the weathered boards and several windows boarded up. When I parked the car, I noticed that there were no other vehicles in sight. I took a deep breath and approached the front door. That's when I noticed the first sign that something was wrong. The door was not only unlocked but also partially open, swaying slightly in the breeze. Stains of what looked disturbingly like blood stained the white paint. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the oppressive silence. "Claire, social services. I'm here for the scheduled visit." There was no answer, not even the sound of movement inside the house, just that unnerving silence. Every instinct told me to turn back, call the police, and let them deal with whatever was going on here. But I couldn't stop thinking about those 3 children mentioned in the file. I had a duty to make sure they were safe no matter what it took. I opened the door and stepped inside. The interior was dark, the air thick with the musty smell of neglect and something else, something coppery and sickly that made my stomach churn. The living room was a scene of chaos, furniture overturned, broken picture frames on the floor, and on the faded floral wallpaper were more of those dark, rust-colored stains. A half-eaten meal lay on the table, covered with a thin layer of mold. Whatever had happened here, it wasn't recent. As I turned to check the rest of the house, something caught my eye. A child's drawing was stuck to the refrigerator, held in place by a magnet shaped like a smiling sun. 5 stick figures stood in front of it, but 3 of them had been violently scribbled over with black crayon, leaving only 2 standing. A chill ran down my spine. What had happened to this family? The first room I checked seemed to be the master bedroom. The bed was unmade, clothes scattered as if someone had left in a hurry, but it was the message scrawled on the mirror with what looked like lipstick that made me catch my breath. "They're coming for us." Pink wallpaper, stuffed animals piled on the bed, but here too, signs of violence stained the innocent space, deep marks on the walls, and a family photo on the nightstand had been broken, shards of glass glinting in the beam of my flashlight. I left the room. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the kitchen floor below made my heart leap into my throat. I wasn't alone in the house. I tried to calm my breathing so I could think rationally. It could be one of the Lawsons coming home and finding a stranger in their house, but deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. I crept toward the stairs, straining my ears to hear any other sounds. The footsteps had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A low, guttural sound, almost like the growl of an animal. It moved in the shadows at the bottom of the stairs, a hunched, misshapen figure with jerky, unnatural movements. Terror gripped me. It wasn't a person, nor an animal I had ever seen before. It was something completely different, something that shouldn't exist in our world. The thing's head rose, and I found myself staring into eyes that glowed an unnatural, sickly yellow in the darkness. I ran as I had never run before, down the hallway toward what I prayed was another staircase, another way out. Behind me, I could hear it scuttling, gaining on me. I found the back stairs and practically flew up them, my feet barely touching the steps. I ran out the back door toward the fading daylight, not daring to look back as I ran toward my car. I caught a glimpse of movement in the rear view mirror, something emerging from the house, its shape seeming to shift and change as it moved. I pulled out of the driveway, gravel spitting from under the tires as I sped down the dirt road. When I finally felt safe enough to pull over, I called the police with shaking hands, telling them about the signs of a struggle, the disturbing messages, and the feeling that something terrible had happened in that house. But I couldn't bring myself to mention what I had seen inside. The police investigation revealed nothing, no bodies, no evidence of foul play. The Lawson family simply vanished, leaving behind a house full of unanswered questions. The case was filed as another mysterious disappearance, but I knew the truth. Sometimes, late at night, I still see those bright yellow eyes in my dreams, still hear that supernatural keening sound. I left social services soon after, as I couldn't face the possibility of entering another house like that, of encountering whatever nightmare had taken up residence in that isolated farmhouse. I tried to convince myself that it was all just a stress-induced hallucination. But then, I glimpse something moving in the shadows or hear a sound that isn't quite right. And I'm reminded that there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that lurk in the dark corners of isolated houses, waiting for unsuspecting visitors. And I say a silent prayer for the Lawsons, hoping that whatever fate befell them was quick, because the alternative, that they may still be somewhere in the clutches of this unnatural thing, is too horrible to contemplate. So I keep my doors locked, my lights on, and never venture into isolated farmhouses again. Because once you've seen behind the veil, once you've glimpsed the horrors that lurk there, you can never truly feel safe again. Next story. The first splash of red caught my eye, a stark contrast to the dull green of the forest floor. The second made my heart race, and I felt a sinking sensation in my gut. The distant sound of engines told me we were no longer alone. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend camping trip, just me and my 3 best friends, Mike, Sarah, and Tom. We had been planning this for months, eager to escape the hustle and bustle of city life and reconnect with nature. National forest, far from the beaten path, Mike said with a smile as we descended the narrow, winding trail. No cell phone signal, no worries. The hike was tiring, but the reward seemed worth it. We found a beautiful clearing next to a bubbling stream, the perfect spot to set up camp. The worries of the week seemed to dissipate that night as we sat around the campfire, telling stories and roasting marshmallows, with the stars shining brightly in the sky. Early the next morning, things changed. Tom and I offered to fetch more water from the stream while Mike and Sarah prepared breakfast. "Hey Tom," I shouted, pointing to something red on a fallen log. "What do you think that is?" He squinted and then shrugged. "Probably just berries or something." "Tom," I said, my voice little more than a whisper, "I think it's blood." His eyes widened, and I saw the same fear I felt reflected in them. "Maybe an animal got hurt," he suggested, but he didn't seem convinced. The scene we stumbled upon will haunt me for the rest of my days. In a small clearing partially hidden by dense undergrowth lay a body, or what was left of a body. It was a man, or had been. His chest was a mutilated mess, his face frozen in a contortion of terror. But it was the symbol carved into his forehead that made my blood run cold. A crude pentagram that was still dripping with blood. Tom cowered beside me, and I wasn't far behind. This was no animal attack, it was something much, much worse. Tom whispered, "What if they're coming back?" The smart thing would have been to hide and wait until whoever it was had passed, but panic had taken hold of us, and all we could think about was getting back to Mike and Sarah, and getting as far away from this nightmare as possible. The sound of engines grew louder, and now we could hear voices too, harsh, angry voices that sent shivers down my spine. We entered our campsite, startling Mike and Sarah, who were sitting near the remains of the previous night's campfire. "There's no time to explain," Tom interrupted, already starting to take down his tent. "There are people coming, bad people. We need to leave now." Mike and Sarah didn't argue. They must have seen the terror in our eyes and heard the urgency in our voices. As we were about to leave, the voices became clearer. They were too close. "We split up," Mike whispered. "Sarah, you go with Tom and head east. Alex, you come with me. We'll head west." We hadn't walked more than a few meters when we heard screams behind us. "Hey, there's a camp here. They can't be far." We ran, the branches tearing our clothes, the rocks and roots bruising our feet through our hiking boots. But we didn't slow down. The voices behind us grew fainter, but we could still hear them dragging through the forest, hunting us. After what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, we stopped to catch our breath. The forest was silent, except for our irregular breathing, and the sound of blood pounding in my ears. We had to keep going. We continued, trying to be as quiet as possible, now constantly looking over our shoulders. The sun rose higher in the sky, filtering through the treetops. Under other circumstances, it might have been beautiful, but now it felt oppressive, with the heat and humidity sapping our strength. Mike's face turned pale. "No," he gasped. "Oh God, no." We stood there frozen, indecisive. Every instinct screamed at us to run toward the sound and help our friends, but we knew that would be suicide. Whatever had happened to Sarah and Tom, the same fate awaited us if we returned with heavy hearts. The scream had come from behind us, which meant we were still heading in the right direction if we could get to the car. But it seemed that the universe had other plans. As we reached a small hill, we found ourselves face to face with two men dressed in dark clothes, their faces hidden by ski masks and armed. "Looks like we found the stragglers," one of them said, his voice muffled by the mask. We turned to run, but more figures emerged from the trees behind us. We were surrounded. What followed was a blur of terror and pain. They took us back to their camp, a collection of trailers and tents hidden in a large clearing. Covered in dried blood, they tied us up and threw us into one of the trailers. Through the window, I could see them preparing for some kind of ritual. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the clearing. When darkness fell, they lit torches, and the flickering light made their masked faces even more terrifying. We couldn't speak. The horror of our situation was too much. What had happened to Sarah and Tom? Were they already dead? Would we be next? Just when I thought all hope was lost, we heard sirens, many of them approaching. The camp descended into chaos, people running, screaming, engines revving. In the confusion, someone must have forgotten us. The door of the trailer opened, and a police officer stood there, his gun drawn. "Are you okay?" he asked quickly, moving to untie us. "Can you walk?" We nodded, too shocked to speak, and he led us out of the camp, past other police officers who were gathering some of the cultists. It wasn't until much later, after hours of questioning and medical examinations, that we discovered the full story. A hiker had stumbled upon the cult's previous camp, found evidence of their rituals, and alerted the authorities. They had been tracking the group for days, and our lucky encounter with the search party led them directly to the cultists' new location. Sarah and Tom were found alive, thankfully. Beaten and traumatized, but alive. The body we found was not their first victim, and if the police hadn't arrived when they did, it wouldn't have been their last. In the darkness of the night, when the wind blows through the trees outside my window, I can still hear those engines, those angry voices. I can still feel the terror of being hunted, and I wonder, with a shiver, what might have happened if those sirens hadn't arrived when they did. Are you still awake? If so, comment "station" to show you're still here. The cottage looked perfect in the sunlight, its weathered stone walls and thatched roof promising the picturesque country life we dreamed of. But when I turned the old brass key, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching us from behind the leaded glass windows. My daughter, Sarah, tugged at my sleeve, her excitement momentarily dispelling my unease. I forced a smile and finally managed to unlock the heavy wooden door. The smell of mold from age and disuse hit us as we entered. My wife Lisa wrinkled her nose but kept her voice cheerful. "Nothing a good airing won't fix." I nodded, trying to match her optimism. We had saved for years to escape the chaos of city life and give Sarah a chance to grow up in a peaceful place. This was supposed to be our fresh start. As we explored the cottage that first night, the creaks and groans of the old structure set my nerves on edge. I told myself it was just the house settling, that all the strange noises were perfectly normal in such an old building. But when a door slammed shut upstairs while we were all in the kitchen, I couldn't explain it so easily. "I'll go check it out," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Lisa didn't say anything as I climbed the narrow staircase. The upper floor was shrouded in shadows. Light barely penetrated the small windows. I moved cautiously down the hallway, my hand running along the plaster wall. The door to what we planned to be Sarah's bedroom was slightly ajar, and I began to open it slowly. The room was empty, exactly as we had left it before, but when I turned to leave, something caught my eye. In the dust on the windowsill was a single perfect handprint, too small to belong to any of us. I didn't mention what I had seen to Lisa or Sarah. There had to be a logical explanation, and I didn't want to scare them on our first night in our new home. Lying in our creaky bed, with the sounds of the countryside keeping us awake, Lisa whispered, "Do you think we made the right decision moving here?" I pulled her close to me, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair. "Of course we did. It'll just take some time to get used to it." But as the words left my mouth, a long, low moan echoed through the house, and we both sat up straight, straining our ears in the darkness. "What was that?" "Probably just the wind," I said, not believing myself. "Old houses make all kinds of noises." We eventually fell asleep, but our rest was far from peaceful. I dreamed of dark shapes moving out of sight and whispered voices speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The next morning, exhausted and nervous, we tried to settle into our new home. Sarah was oblivious to the tension, happily exploring every nook and cranny of the cottage. It was while unpacking boxes in the living room that I first noticed the scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. It wasn't unexpected in an old country house, but as the day went on, the scratching grew louder and more insistent, seeming to follow us from room to room. Lisa noticed it too, her eyes widening when a particularly loud scratch came from behind the fireplace. "Maybe we should call an exterminator," she suggested. I nodded, grateful to pretend everything was normal. "I'll look for one right now." But when I tried to use my phone, I discovered there was no signal. The landline gave nothing but static. When I picked up the receiver, the line was dead. That night, things got worse. We were awakened by Sarah's scream. We rushed to her room and found her sitting on her bed, her eyes wide with terror. "There was a lady," she sobbed as Lisa took her into her arms. "A lady in old-fashioned clothes. She was standing there watching me." I searched the room with my heart racing but found nothing. No sign of an intruder. No explanation for what Sarah had seen. As I turned to comfort my daughter, my foot caught on something. I saw a small antique doll lying on the floor. A doll I was sure wasn't there when we put Sarah to bed. The next day, we were all nervous, and the strange events seemed to multiply by the hour. The temperature plummeted in certain rooms. Our breath fogged the air even when the sun was shining, and there was always the feeling that we were being watched. Lisa and I tried to rationalize and find logical explanations, but when we found Sarah talking to an empty corner of the kitchen, describing in detail a boy none of us could see, we knew we could no longer deny that we needed help. "This isn't normal," Lisa said, her voice trembling. But with our phones still not working and our car mysteriously refusing to start, we felt trapped. The idea of walking through the deserted streets of the countryside with night approaching filled me with fear. As darkness fell, the activity in the house reached a fever pitch. Objects flew through the rooms as if of their own accord. Disembodied voices whispered from empty corners, and the sound of scratching on the walls grew so loud that it was as if something was trying to get out. We huddled in the living room, jumping at every noise, every shadow. Sarah had already cried herself to sleep, curled up on the sofa between us. "What are we going to do?" Lisa's voice was hoarse, her eyes red from crying. I opened my mouth to respond, to offer some words of comfort or reassurance, but at that moment, all the lights in the house went out at once, and we were plunged into total darkness. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the constant scratching had stopped. For a moment, I thought it was all over. Then, from upstairs came the sound of slow, heavy footsteps. Thump, 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 moving from room to room, getting closer. Lisa grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. I could hear her irregular breathing, feel the tremors running through her body. I wanted to grab Sarah and run out into the night, but I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. When the footsteps reached the top of the stairs, thump, thump, thump. They were coming down, now slowly, deliberately, the old wood creaking under an invisible weight. Finally, I found my voice. "Who's there?" I shouted, hating how weak and scared I sounded. The footsteps stopped for a long moment. There was nothing but silence. Then a voice spoke from the darkness, old, cracked, and full of malice. "You are not welcome here." The words were followed by a chorus of whispers, dozens of voices around us repeating, "You are not welcome, not welcome, not welcome." Sarah woke up with a start, her scream joining the cacophony of ghostly voices. The furniture began to shake, pictures flew off the walls, and a wind that came from nowhere enveloped us, cold and smelling of decay. In that moment of pure terror, I found the strength to move. I picked Sarah up in my arms, grabbed Lisa's hand, and ran for the door. We ran out into the cold night air, not stopping until we reached the road. When we stopped, breathing heavily, I turned to look back at the cottage, which was silent and dark, looking like a normal country house. But in one of the upstairs windows, I saw the silhouette of a woman in old-fashioned clothes, her face twisted into a malevolent smile. As I watched, she raised her hand and waved a mocking goodbye, then left, and the window was empty once again. We didn't go back to get our things. We walked through the night, following the road until we reached the nearest town. We never told anyone about what had happened, trying to make sense of the nightmare we had experienced. But in the end, we never returned to the cottage. We left the cottage and all the horrors it contained behind us, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear those whispers. I still feel those invisible eyes watching me from the shadows, and I wonder if we ever really escaped, or if a part of us will always be trapped in that house forever, unwanted guests in someone else's home. Next story. The security camera flashed, and for a split second, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. A shadow where there should have been light, movement, where everything should have been still. At that moment, I knew that this night shift would be different from any other. My name is Mike, and I've been working as a security guard at the City Museum for over 5 years. It's a pretty quiet job, just me, the cameras, and millions of dollars worth of artifacts to keep an eye on. But tonight was different. I leaned in close to the monitor bank and forgot about my coffee as I scanned each screen. Everything seemed normal at first glance. Empty, dimly lit rooms displaying the occasional reflection of a glass case. But then I saw it again, a flicker in the Egyptian wing, as if someone had stepped in front of the camera and disappeared. "What the hell?" I muttered, grabbing the controls to rewind the footage. But before I could, another camera failed, this time in the medieval Europe section. My heart began to race. One faulty camera I could explain, but two in different parts of the museum was no coincidence. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, hesitating for a moment before leaving the security office. The hallway stretched out before me, shadows dancing in the beam of my light. Instinct told me to go back and call for backup, but I knew that by the time anyone arrived, whatever was happening might already be over. The sound of my footsteps echoed on the marble floors as I made my way to the Egyptian wing. The air felt heavy, charged with an electricity I couldn't explain. I turned the corner, and the beam of my flashlight caught the golden glow of Tutankhamun's death mask. I swept the light around the room, hoping to see a figure lurking behind a sarcophagus, but there was nothing, just ancient artifacts that remained silent, as they had for centuries. But something caught my eye. A smudge on the glass case that housed a collection of canopic jars. I approached, and my breath fogged the glass as I leaned in to inspect it. It was the mark of a hand. "Mike speaking," I said into my radio. "I have signs of a possible intruder in the Egyptian wing, requesting backup." Static was my only response. I tried again, but the radio remained stubbornly silent. Great. Either it was broken or something was interfering with the signal. Either way, I was alone. I decided to return to the security office, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the building sounded like a footstep. By the time I reached the relative safety of my desk, I was drenched in sweat. The cameras continued to malfunction and move inexplicably. I tried calling the landline, but it wasn't working either. There was no cell phone signal either. It was as if the entire museum had been cut off from the outside world. That's when I noticed that the date and timestamp on the camera footage was all wrong, showing times from hours ago. With trembling hands, I accessed the archived footage, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The footage showed a group of people entering the museum after closing time, moving with purpose, clearly knowing where they were going. I watched in horror as they systematically went through the exhibits, somehow disabling the alarms and bypassing the security measures. But it was what they were doing that really caught my attention. They weren't just stealing artifacts, they were replacing them with perfect replicas. From what I could tell, if I hadn't been watching it happen, I would never have noticed the difference. I fast-forwarded through the footage, and my heart raced when I saw that they were still working in the museum. The timestamp on the last part of the footage was only a few minutes ago. They were still here. I jumped out of my chair, knocking over my cold coffee in the process. I had to do something. I had to stop them. But what could a security guard do against a team of professional thieves? I grabbed my flashlight again and the pepper spray I kept in my desk. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. As I stepped into the hallway, I heard soft voices, but they were getting closer. I hid behind a column, trying to slow my breathing as I listened. That was the last one, I heard a man's voice say. Let's get out of here before sunrise. What about the guard? That voice was female, low and hoarse. He took care of that, a third voice replied. He'll be unconscious for hours. By the time anyone realizes what happened, we'll be long gone. I frowned, but I was right here, wide awake. Then I realized they must have taken Jim, who normally patrolled the West Wing while I monitored the cameras. I hadn't seen him all night, hadn't even thought to check on him. Guilt and anger washed over me. I should have realized something was wrong when Jim didn't sign in. Now he could be hurt or worse, and these thieves were about to get away with the crime of the century. I couldn't let that happen. I took a deep breath and stepped out of my hiding place. Freeze! Museum security, I shouted, pointing my flashlight at the group. They froze for a moment. There appeared to be 5 of them, all dressed in black, carrying large canvas bags that I assumed were filled with priceless artifacts. Then the one in front, a tall man with cold eyes, smiled. Well, well, he said. Look who we have here. He turned to his companions. Take care of him. 2 of them started toward me. I backed away, searching for my pepper spray. I called for backup, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The police are on their way, the woman laughed. No, you didn't, she said. All communications are blocked. You're on your own, Rent-A-Cop. She was right, and we both knew it, but I couldn't give up. I thought about the history of this museum, the thousands of people who came here every day to learn and marvel. I couldn't let these thieves take that away. In a moment of distraction, one of them approached me, but I managed to dodge him and spray the pepper spray. Someone cursed, and I heard coughing, but then a fist hit my jaw, sending me sprawling to the floor. I hit the ground hard, my flashlight slid across the floor, and through my blurry eyes, I saw the leader bend down to pick it up. You should have stayed in your office, he said in his almost gentle voice. Now we're going to have to do this the hard way. I tasted blood in my mouth and felt panic rising as I realized how badly outnumbered I was. But miraculously, I heard sirens getting louder by the second. The thieves heard them too, and their heads turned, looking at the windows where blue and red lights were now visible. The alarms never went off, the woman hissed. I managed to smile even though it hurt. The silent alarm, I lied. It was triggered as soon as you entered the building. I guess your technology isn't as good as you thought. The leader raised his boot, pointing the flashlight at me, and I braced myself for the blow, but it didn't come. Instead, the sound of breaking glass filled the air, followed by shouts of, "Police! Freeze!" What happened next was a blur. The boot on my chest disappeared as the thieves scattered. I heard more screams, the sound of running feet, a gunshot that echoed through the cavernous halls of the museum, and then suddenly it was over. I found myself being helped to my feet by a concerned-looking policewoman. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded, shaking with the movement. "Yes, I think so." She smiled. "Did you get them?" "We got all 5 of them, plus the artifacts they were trying to steal. You did well to hold them like that." The adrenaline finally wore off as the police officer led me outside. I watched the thieves being put into police cars, and the leader caught my eye as he was being placed in the back of a patrol car. His eyes met mine, cold and promising. "This isn't over," he muttered. I should have been scared, but instead I felt a surge of pride. I had protected the museum and everything in it. As the paramedics examined me, I watched the sun begin to rise over the city. In a few hours, the museum would open as usual, and visitors would come to marvel at artifacts thousands of years old, unaware of how close they had come to losing them forever. And I would be back tomorrow night watching over everything, because that's what I do. That's who I am. I'm the night guard, the invisible protector of history itself, and no matter what happens, I'll be ready. Next story. The scratching sound in my locker grew louder and more insistent. I froze, the textbook forgotten on my lap, as the noise changed from a soft scratch to a frantic scraping. Whatever was in there, it wanted out, and I was terrified to find out what it could be. My name is Jess, and until tonight, my biggest concern was passing my Psychology 101 exam. Funny how priorities can change so quickly when you're faced with the possibility of having a monster in your closet. It all started innocently enough. Just another late-night study session in my dorm room, fueled by copious amounts of coffee and the dread of impending exams. My roommate, Sarah, was out for the night, probably at another party. I envied her ability to balance her academic and social life, while I was stuck here, drowning in a sea of highlighters and sticky notes. The first scratch was so faint I barely noticed it. I looked up from my textbook, tilting my head to listen. Nothing, just the usual ambient sounds of dorm life. Distant music, muffled voices, and the hum of my old mini-fridge. I shrugged and went back to my studies, but then I heard it again, a soft, deliberate scraping sound like fingernails on wood, coming from my closet. I put my book aside, my eyes fixed on the closed closet door. "Is anyone there?" I asked, feeling immediately foolish for doing so. Who did I expect to answer? A mouse? A raccoon? I let out a shaky laugh, running my hand through my messy hair. I picked up my book again, determined to concentrate, but the words passed before my eyes without meaning. My concentration waned every few seconds, my gaze returning to the closet, half expecting to see the door slowly opening. That's when the scratching really started. It was unmistakable now. A frantic scratching that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the closet, and my mind raced through possibilities. A mouse? A raccoon? How could an animal have gotten in there? I stood up slowly, my legs shaking. Part of me wanted to run out of the room and not look back, but a larger part, the part that had always been too curious for its own good, pushed me forward. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. The scratching intensified, as if whatever was inside knew I was close. I took a deep breath, bracing myself, and pulled the door open. For a moment, all I saw were my clothes hanging neatly in a row. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw it. A figure crouched in the corner of my closet, partially hidden behind a curtain of dresses. The scream caught in my throat, But before I could make a sound, the figure moved. Fast. Inhumanly fast. 1 second it was in the closet, and the next it was right in front of me, a hand over my mouth, muffling my belated scream. I found myself staring into a pair of wild, desperate eyes. "Please," the figure whispered, and I realized with a start that it was a young girl, probably no older than me. "Please, you have to help me. They're coming." She slowly removed her hand from my mouth, backing away until she hit the desk. "Who are you? How did you get into my closet?" She glanced nervously at the window and then back at me. "There's no time to explain. They'll be here any minute. You have to hide me." "Hide you from whom? What's going on?" The questions poured out of me, my mind struggling to process the situation. The girl opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, a sound cut through the night. A long, mournful howl, but with a predatory edge to it. Something hungry. The color drained from the girl's face. "They're here," she whispered. I went to the window and peered into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then a movement caught my eye. Shadows moving across the courtyard with unnatural speed. They were heading straight for my dorm. "What are those things?" I asked, my voice almost inaudible, and the girl joined me at the window, her body tense. "Hunters," she said. "They're after me, and they won't stop until they find me." I turned to look at her, really looked at her for the first time. She was pale, almost translucent in the dim light of my desk lamp. Her clothes were tattered and dirty, as if she had been running for a long time. But it was her eyes that caught my attention. They were old, tired eyes that didn't seem to match her young face. "Why are they after you?" I asked, even as another part of my brain screamed at me to stop asking questions and start running. At that moment, I saw something glint behind her eyes, something inhuman. "Because of what I am," she said softly. "Because of what I can do." As if to prove it, she held out her hand, and before my incredulous eyes, a small flame appeared in her palm, dancing and flickering with a life of its own. I staggered backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen in real life. They happened in books, in movies, not in a college dorm on a Tuesday night. She closed her hand, extinguishing the flame. Her eyes were pleading. "Please," she said, "I know this is crazy. I know you have no reason to trust me. But if they find me, they'll kill me and anyone who gets in their way." I looked back out the window. The shadows were at the entrance to my dorm. In a matter of minutes, they would be here. I made a decision that would change the course of my life forever. "I'll help you," I said, surprised by the firmness of my voice. "What are we going to do?" Relief flooded her face. "Thank you," she breathed. And then it all began. "We need to get out of here. Is there an exit at the back of the building?" I nodded. "Fire escape, but we're on the 3rd floor." "That's okay. I can get us down safely. Do you trust me?" I hesitated for a moment and took her hand. It was warm, almost hot to the touch. "I must be crazy," I murmured. She gave me a grim smile. "Probably, but crazy is better than dead." I rushed across the room, grabbing my backpack and stuffing a few essential items inside. As we were about to leave, I hesitated when I glanced at my desk, where my textbook lay open. It seemed so surreal, this remnant of my normal life, juxtaposed with the madness of the current situation. "Let's go," the girl insisted, tugging at my hand. I nodded, averting my eyes from the desk. We slipped into the hallway, our footsteps muffled by the threadbare carpet. I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. The hunters were inside. We ran down the hallway, and at the end a red exit sign glowed like a beacon of hope. As we reached it, a door behind us swung open. I looked back and immediately wished I hadn't. The figure in the doorway was vaguely human, but its body rippled and shifted as if it couldn't decide on a single form. "Run," it shouted, pushing me through the fire exit. The cold night air hit me like a slap in the face as we reached the fire escape. Without hesitation, The girl jumped over the railing and pulled me with her. I wanted to scream, but the sound caught in my throat as we fell, and impossibly, our descent was as if we were floating gently, carried by an invisible force. We touched the grass below us softly. Above, I could hear growls and the sound of metal tearing as the hunters destroyed the fire escape. "Let's go," the girl said, already running. "We need to get to the woods. I can lose them there." I followed her, my legs moving almost of their own accord as we ran across the open area of the quad. I heard a thud behind us as the hunters jumped down, completely avoiding the fire escape. We reached the tree line just as another howl pierced the night. The hunters were catching up to us, their shapes shifting and changing as they ran. The girl led me deeper into the forest, weaving between the trees with an agility that denoted long practice. I stumbled behind her, branches slapping my face and roots threatening to trip me at every step. "There's a place," she gasped between breaths. "A safe place if we can get there." I wanted to ask more questions, but I needed all my breath to run. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter as we went deeper into the forest, but I knew I shouldn't think we'd lost them. Finally, after what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, we came to a small clearing. In the center was a ring of stones that glowed faintly. The girl pulled me toward the circle of stones, quickly telling me to get inside. I hesitated at the edge of the circle, suddenly unsure. This was crazy. Magic, monsters, mysterious glowing stones. None of this could be real. A nearby growl made the decision for me. I stepped into the circle and the effect was immediate. A warmth spread through me and the sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant howls, all disappeared. It was as if we were in a bubble separate from the rest of the world. The girl let out a sigh of relief and knelt down. "We're safe," she said, "for now." I looked at her, this strange girl who had turned my world upside down in an hour. "Who are you?" She held my gaze with a small, sad smile on her face. "My name is Lily," she said, "and I'm about to tell you a story that will change everything you thought you knew about the world." I settled in to listen, knowing that my life would never be the same again. What had once seemed trivial was now a relic of a simpler time. In this new reality, I was sure of one thing: nothing would ever be normal again. And strangely, I was okay with that. Next story. The forest had seemed so inviting in the daylight. Now that darkness was falling and the trees stood like silent sentinels, I realized how foolish I had been. Alone, the eerie sounds echoing through the forest told me I wasn't the only thing awake in this wilderness. My name is Alex, and I've always considered myself an experienced hiker. I had tackled challenging trails before and prided myself on my navigation skills, but as I stood there surrounded by an impenetrable wall of trees, I felt like a complete novice. The day had started with a perfectly clear sky, a gentle breeze, and a new trail. I was eager to explore. I carried very little, just water, energy bars, and my trusty compass. I had told myself I would be back before sunset, no problem. But somewhere along the way, things went wrong. Maybe it was when I decided to leave the trail to check out that interesting rock formation, or when I stopped to watch a deer and her fawn, losing track of time. Whatever the reason, by the time I realized I was off course, the sun was already setting below the horizon. I grabbed my compass and stared at it, but in my panic, the directions seemed to blur together. North, south, everything looked the same in this green maze. "Come on, try to stay calm," I told myself. "You've been in tough situations before, just think it through." I took a deep breath, forcing myself to concentrate. I knew I was heading east when I started, so if I turned around and headed west, I should eventually find the trail again. With renewed determination, I set off in what I hoped was the right direction, but as I walked, the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees grew denser and their branches more menacing. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, making me jump at every rustle of leaves. The light was almost gone, and now the forest floor was plunged into a sinister twilight. I searched for my flashlight in my backpack, cursing under my breath when I couldn't find it. A branch snapped somewhere to my left and I turned, my heart pounding. "Is anyone there?" I shouted, immediately regretting it the next second. If there was something out there, I had just announced my presence. Silence answered me, but it was a heavy silence, full of potential energy. I could feel eyes on me, watching from the darkness. I just needed to get out of there and find some sign of civilization. But the faster I walked, the more I came across trees that I could have sworn I had passed before. Was I walking in circles? Then I heard the howl. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. Too deep, too wrong. I held my breath, straining my ears. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it again, closer this time. Panic seized me and I ran. Branches slapped my face, roots seemed to stretch out to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I could hear something hitting the bushes behind me, gaining ground with every passing second. Suddenly, I came out into a clearing. The sudden moonlight blinded me momentarily. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a figure standing across the clearing. Relief flooded me. "Hello!" I shouted, waving my arms. "I'm lost, can you help me?" The figure didn't move. As I got closer, I realized something was wrong. It was very tall, very quiet, and its proportions were wrong. I stopped suddenly, and my relief turned to ice in my veins. That wasn't a person. I didn't know what it was, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to run. The thing's head moved toward me, and in the moonlight, I could see eyes glowing an unnatural green, and a mouth full of too many teeth. I turned and ran back toward the trees. I didn't care which direction I was going or if there was even a way out. My only thought was to get away from that thing in the clearing. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I couldn't run anymore, I collapsed against a tree, breathing heavily. The forest was silent again, but it was a tense silence, full of expectation. As I sat there trying to catch my breath and calm my racing heart, I noticed a soft glow coming from my right. At first, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but as I focused on it, the glow grew stronger. I started moving toward the light, and as I got closer, I realized it was coming from a small cave, half hidden by dense vegetation. Every horror movie I had ever seen screamed at me not to go in, but the alternative was to stay out here in the dark, with whatever that thing in the clearing was. I took a deep breath and entered the cave. The source of the glow became apparent immediately. Strange luminescent fungi covered the walls, casting a soft blue-green light throughout the small space. But it wasn't the fungi that caught my attention. In the center of the cave was a stone pedestal, and on top of it was an ancient book. I approached cautiously, expecting something to jump out at me, but nothing happened. The book was open, its leather cover worn and weathered by age. Against my better judgment, I reached out and opened it. The pages were filled with strange symbols and diagrams, none of which made sense to me. But as I leafed through, a loose page fell out and I picked it up. Looking at the faded handwriting, I noticed that it was in English, unlike the rest of the book. It was a warning, a description of the creatures that lived in these woods, ancient beings that had been here long before humans, beings that did not take kindly to intruders. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the thing in the clearing. Was that what the note was talking about? The next part of the note described a ritual, a way to appease these creatures and ensure safe passage through their domain. It seemed absurd, like something out of a fantasy novel, but after what I had seen tonight, I was willing to believe anything. I memorized the ritual as best I could, then tucked the note into my pocket. A growl from outside made me freeze. It was back and had found me. I could see its silhouette at the entrance to the cave, blocking the moonlight. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, fixed on me. With trembling hands, I began the ritual. I didn't have the items the note mentioned, but I hoped the intention would be enough. I spoke the words phonetically, without understanding their meaning, but putting every ounce of desperation I had into them. When I finished the last word, the creature lunged forward. I closed my eyes, preparing for impact, but nothing happened. I opened my eyes and saw that the cave was empty. The creature had disappeared as if it had never been there. Even its silhouette at the entrance was gone. For a long moment, I stood there, barely daring to breathe. Had it worked? Or was it just the calm before the storm? Gathering my courage, I left the cave, and the forest was different. The oppressive darkness had dissipated, and I could see a faint path leading away from the cave, softly illuminated by the moonlight. I followed the path with my heart in my throat. Every shadow still seemed to hide potential dangers, but the deep terror I had felt earlier had dissipated. After hours, but it was probably only a few minutes, I heard a sound that made me want to cry with relief. Cars. I reached the road, crossed the line of trees, and saw the asphalt shining in the moonlight. I finally allowed myself to believe that I was safe. I stuck out my thumb, and the first car that passed stopped to give me a ride. With my torn clothes and wild eyes, the elderly couple in the car were skeptical at first, but something in my face must have convinced them that I was truly in danger. They asked me questions I couldn't answer. How could I explain what had happened? Who would believe me? As we drove away from the forest, I looked back for a moment and thought I saw those green eyes between the trees. But then, we turned a corner and the forest disappeared from view. I never went hiking alone again after that night, and I never returned to that forest. But sometimes, when the night is dark and the wind whispers through the trees, I remember the terror, the strange cave, the ritual, and I wonder if it was all real, or just a nightmare born of fear and exhaustion. But then, I feel the weight of that note in my pocket, the note I couldn't get rid of, and I know that the forest has secrets, and some of them are best left alone. Next story. The scream that pierced the night was the most terrifying sound I've ever heard. It wasn't just the volume or the speed that froze me to the bone, but the recognition that it was my daughter's voice, and she was no longer in her sleeping bag next to me. I'm Jack, and what started as a fun family camping trip turned into a nightmare. My wife Sarah and I took our children Emma, 8, and Liam, 6, to Whispering Pines Campground for a long weekend of outdoor adventures. We were fishing and roasting marshmallows around the campfire. Everything was perfect until the scream woke me from a deep sleep, and I reached for my flashlight. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. The beam of light revealed Sarah already unzipping the tent, her face a mask of panic. "Emma!" I shouted, my voice hoarse from sleep and fear. "Emma, where are you?" Only the eerie silence of the forest at night answered. I rushed out of the tent after Sarah, almost tripping over Liam, who was starting to stir, awakened by the commotion. "Stay in the tent, buddy," I told him, trying to keep my voice calm. The campsite was bathed in silvery moonlight, and everything looked normal at first glance. Our campfire, our cooler, the kids' bikes leaning against a tree. But Emma's sleeping bag, which we had let her put outside the tent because she wanted to sleep under the stars, was empty. Sarah was already at the edge of the camp, shining her flashlight into the forest. I joined her, and the beam from my flashlight cut through the darkness. The trees seemed to loom over us, their branches casting strange, shifting shadows. Every crackling twig made me jump. "We need to split up," I said, trying to think logically through the fog of panic. "You go that way, and I'll go this way." Sarah nodded, her face pale in the moonlight, and headed off in one direction. I plunged into the woods in the other direction, calling Emma's name every few steps. The forest seemed to swallow my voice, the darkness closing in around me. I stumbled over roots and rocks, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly as I ran. My mind raced with possibilities. Had she wandered into the woods in her sleep? Had an animal dragged her away, or something worse? I don't know how long I searched, but time seemed to stretch and warp. It felt like hours. My throat was sore from screaming. My legs ached from running over the uneven ground, but I couldn't stop. My little girl was out there somewhere, alone and scared. Suddenly I heard Sarah's voice in the distance. "Jack, Jack, come quick!" I ran toward her voice. I entered a small clearing and found Sarah kneeling on the ground, holding something in her hands. As I got closer, I realized it was Emma's favorite stuffed animal, a worn rabbit she had had since she was a baby. She wouldn't go anywhere without it. "Jack, what's going on?" I knelt down beside her and picked up the stuffed rabbit. It was dirty and slightly damp, as if it had been lying on the forest floor for some time. I realized what this meant. Emma hadn't just wandered off into the woods. Something had taken her. As if in response to that thought, a branch snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond the clearing. Sarah and I spun around, our flashlights scanning the line of trees. "Who's there?" I called, trying to sound braver than I felt. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the light from our flashlight, too high off the ground to be a normal forest animal. As I watched in horror, more pairs of eyes appeared. They were surrounding us. Sarah's grip on my arm tightened, and she whispered, "What are those things?" Before I could answer, one of the creatures stepped into the clearing. In the dim light, I could make out a vaguely humanoid shape, but there was nothing human about its movements. My instincts screamed for me to run, but I stood my ground. These things had my daughter, I was sure of it, and I wasn't leaving without her. "Where is my daughter?" I demanded, surprised by the firmness of my voice. The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture, and then spoke. Its voice was like rustling leaves and creaking branches, barely recognizable as speech. "The young one," it said, "is safe. For now." Sarah let out a muffled sob beside me. I squeezed her hand, trying to draw strength from her presence. "What do you want?" I asked. The creature approached, its companions remaining at the edge of the clearing. I could see it more clearly now. Its skin was like tree bark. Its limbs were very long and articulated in the wrong places. Its face was a nightmare of knots and swirls, with those reflective eyes in hollow sockets. "We are the guardians of this forest," the creature said. "For centuries we have protected these forests from those who would harm them. Your kind has forgotten the old ways, the respect due to wild places." I swallowed hard, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a hallucination, a dream caused by panic and exhaustion, but the weight of Emma's stuffed rabbit in my hand was all too real. "We didn't mean to disrespect you," I said carefully. "We're just a family at a campsite. Please, we just want our daughter back." I swallowed hard, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a hallucination, a dream caused by panic and exhaustion, but the weight of Emma's stuffed rabbit in my hand was all too real. "We didn't mean to disrespect you," I said carefully. "We're just a family at a campsite. Please, we just want our daughter back." The creature made a sound that could have been a laugh. "Intentions don't matter. The forest demands balance. One life for the lives your kind has taken." My blood ran cold as I realized what she was saying. They wanted to keep Emma and sacrifice her. The thought was too horrible to contemplate. "No," I said, surprised by the ferocity in my voice. "Let her go. Take me instead." Sarah gasped beside me, but I insisted. "I'm her father. I'm responsible for bringing her here. If someone has to pay the price, it should be me." The creature looked at me silently for a long moment, and to my surprise nodded. "I accept your offer," it said. "The young woman will be returned, but you must come with us." Relief flooded through me, followed quickly by fear. I turned to Sarah, seeing the terror and anguish in her eyes. "I have to do this," I said softly. "Get Emma and Liam out of here and don't come back." Sarah shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Jack, no. There has to be another way." But we both knew there wasn't. I pulled her close to me, kissing her hard, and said, "I love you." I whispered, "Tell the children I love them too." And before I lost my nerve, I turned back to the creature and said, "I'm ready." As if in a trance, Emma staggered out of the forest, across the clearing, and Sarah ran to her, catching her in her arms. Emma looked dazed, but unharmed. I allowed myself one last look at my family. Sarah met my eyes over Emma's head, her gaze full of love and sadness. Then the creatures approached me, their bodies like tree bark surrounding me. My family's voices faded behind me. I heard Sarah's voice explaining to a confused Emma that Daddy had to be away for a while. My heart ached, but I knew I had made the right choice. We went deeper into the forest, the darkness deepening with every step. I didn't know what awaited me, the price I would have to pay, but as long as my family was safe, I was ready to face whatever came next. As we walked, the creature that had spoken to me approached. "Few would make such a sacrifice," she said, her voice like the wind through dry leaves. "Perhaps there is hope for your kind." But I did not reply. What could I say? That I was terrified, that I already missed my family with a pain that felt physical, that I was angry at the injustice of it all. Instead, I walked on in silence, leaving behind the world I knew and entering a realm of ancient magic and forgotten bargains. The forest had demanded a price, and I had paid it. Whatever came next, I would face it knowing that my children were safe. And as the last echoes of the human world faded behind me, I realized that this was more than just a father's sacrifice. It was the beginning of something new, a bridge between two worlds that had long been separated. Maybe, just maybe, there was a greater purpose to it all. And with that thought to sustain me, I walked toward the heart of Whispering Pines. Next story, the silver picture frame on my nightstand was facing down. I was sure I had left it there the night before, smiling at the family photo inside. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that this wasn't the first time I'd noticed things out of place lately. I'm Lauren, a 34-year-old marketing executive who recently moved into a spacious house in the suburbs after years of living in a cramped apartment in the city. I was excited to have more space, but with a demanding job and a house too big for one person to manage, I decided to hire a housekeeper and came across Mrs. Phillips, a stern-looking woman in her 60s with impeccable references. She seemed perfect, efficient, meticulous, and available to work the hours I needed. At first, she was worth her weight in gold. The first few weeks were great. I would come home to a spotless house with the laundry done, and sometimes even a meal prepared and waiting in the fridge. Mrs. Phillips was a godsend, allowing me to focus on my work without drowning in household chores. But then little things started to seem odd. It started with small inconsistencies, a book on the coffee table that I didn't remember leaving there, the order of my shoes in the closet slightly rearranged, my favorite mug in a different cabinet. At first, I thought maybe I was more forgetful than I realized, that the stress of my job was getting to me. But as the occurrences became more frequent and noticeable, an uneasy feeling of discomfort began to grow. One night, I came home and found my laptop open on the kitchen counter. I always kept it in my office and certainly hadn't left it on. I checked the browser history and found searches for my name, family members, and my company. My heart raced. When I confronted Mrs. Phillips the next day, her reaction was strangely calm, almost rehearsed. She apologized profusely, claiming she had only used the laptop to research a cleaning technique and must have accidentally clicked on some pop-ups. Her explanation seemed plausible, but something in her eyes made me uneasy. I decided to be more vigilant and started taking pictures of the rooms before leaving for work, comparing them to how I found them when I returned. The changes were subtle but undeniable. A pillow slightly out of place, a drawer not fully closed, my clothes arranged in a different order than I had left them. The last straw was when I noticed that my personal documents had been rummaged through. The folder I kept in my desk drawer was slightly out of place. When I opened it, I realized that someone had been looking at my financial statements and insurance policies. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every corner of the house, every shadow seemed threatening. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone was invading my privacy. In the morning, with blurry eyes and at my wit's end, I made a decision. I needed to find out what was really going on when I wasn't home. I took the day off work and set up a small camera in the living room, hidden among my books, and pretended to go out for the day, driving around the block and parking where I could see my house. My heart pounded as I watched Mrs. Phillips arrive and go inside. The hours dragged on as I sat in the car, alternating between watching the house and checking the camera on my phone. At first, everything seemed normal. Mrs. Phillips cleaned the house, did the laundry, and went about her usual chores. But around noon, her behavior changed. She began moving around the house with determination, opening drawers and cabinets, clearly looking for something. I watched in horror as she entered my bedroom and went straight to my closet, pulling out a small box I kept hidden in the back, a box that contained old family heirlooms and personal items. My breath caught in my throat as she opened it, carefully examining each item inside. I couldn't take it anymore. I got out of the car and ran to the house, fumbling with my keys in my haste to get inside. "Mrs. Phillips," I called out as I entered, trying to keep my voice steady. I forgot some papers I need for a meeting and came to grab them quickly. There was a moment of silence, then the sound of hurried footsteps. At the top of the stairs, her normally impassive face showed a flash of surprise before calming down. She said, her voice overly cheerful, "I didn't expect you back so soon. I was just finishing tidying your room." I forced a smile, my mind racing. "I'll just grab what I need and get out of your way." Mrs. Phillips, watching me closely, my skin prickled, but I kept my composure. When I entered my room, the box was back in the closet but slightly out of place. My hands trembled as I pretended to look for papers on my desk. "Mrs. Phillips," I said, trying to keep my voice casual, "have you seen a blue folder anywhere? I could have sworn I left it on my desk." "No, I'm afraid not," she replied, hovering in the doorway, "but I'd be happy to help you look for it." "That's okay," I said quickly. "I probably left it in the office. Anyway, I have to get going." Very aware of Mrs. Phillips' eyes on me as I drove, my mind was in turmoil. What was she looking for? Why was she so interested in my personal belongings? I watched the camera footage, seeing Mrs. Phillips methodically search my home. She seemed to be looking for something specific, but what? The next morning, I called Mrs. Phillips and told her I wouldn't need her services that day, then began my own search of the house, looking for anything out of place, any clue as to what she might be looking for. In my office, I found a small piece of paper tucked into a book with a series of numbers written on it, a phone number I didn't recognize. With trembling hands, I dialed the number, and a gruff male voice answered. "Yes, who is this?" My voice was barely a whisper. There was a pause, and then, "Who's asking?" My heart was racing, thinking about what I had stumbled upon. Over the next few days, I became a detective in my own home. I discovered more hidden notes, heard Mrs. Phillips talking quietly on the phone when she thought I wasn't around, and once I could have sworn I saw her taking pictures of my mail. I was living on edge, jumping at every sound, checking every lock. I knew I should go to the police, but what would I tell them? That my housekeeper was very meticulous, and that I had a hunch she was up to something nefarious. At night, when I woke up to the sound of my office door creaking, I lay in bed, listening to soft footsteps downstairs. Mrs. Phillips had a key for emergencies, but this was not an emergency. Silently, I got out of bed and crept down the stairs with my phone in my hand, 911 already dialed and ready to go. As I approached the office, I could see a sliver of light under the door. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Mrs. Phillips was there, holding a flashlight in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. She looked up, her eyes wide with shock. "Mrs. Phillips," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, "I think it's time you told me what's really going on here." She looked like she was about to deny everything. Then her shoulders slumped, and she sank into the chair at my desk. "I suppose there's no point in hiding it anymore," she said. "I'm not really a housekeeper, miss. I'm a private investigator." "But why? Who hired you, Mrs. Phillips, if that was your real name?" "Your father hired me. He's been trying to find you for years." I felt as if the floor had fallen out from under me. "But my father is dead. He died when I was a child." She shook her head. "That's what your mother told you, but he's very much alive and has been looking for you ever since your mother took you and disappeared." As I processed this information, memories I had suppressed for a long time came flooding back. Fights between my parents, muffled phone calls, the sudden move in the middle of the night when I was 10. "Why?" I managed to ask. "Why didn't he find us sooner?" "Your mother was very thorough in covering her tracks," Mrs. Phillips explained. "It took years of investigation to finally find her. Your father just wants a chance to explain and make things right." I sank to the floor, my legs unable to support me. My entire life, everything I thought I knew about my family, had been a lie. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow through the office windows, I made a decision. I looked at Mrs. Phillips, the woman who had invaded my privacy, but who, in a twisted way, had also brought the truth to light. "I want to meet him," I said, my voice little more than a whisper. There was a genuine smile on her face. "He'll be so happy to hear that. He never stopped loving you, you know." As she picked up her phone to make the call, I sat on the floor of my office, watching the dawn of a new day and the dawn of a new chapter in my life. The truth had been hidden in my home all along, disguised as a maid with a feather duster. I didn't know what the future held for me, what explanations or revelations awaited me, but I knew one thing for sure. Nothing in my life would ever be the same again. Next story. The moment I saw her thumb emerge from the shadows, I knew I should have kept driving, but loneliness and fatigue are a dangerous combination, especially on a road that seems to stretch endlessly into the night. I slowed down, my headlights illuminating a figure that would haunt my nightmares for many years to come. My name is Jake, and I'm a long-haul truck driver, 18 years on the road. I thought I'd seen it all, but nothing could have prepared me for that night on Route 66. I had been driving for hours trying to meet a deadline. The radio had long since turned to static, and my thermos of coffee was empty. The monotony of the highway was starting to play tricks on my eyes, making the yellow lines dance and sway. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the shoulder of the road. In the split second it took me to pass him, our eyes met in the side mirror. There was something in that look that made my skin crawl, but exhaustion overcame my common sense. I stepped on the brakes and the truck groaned to a halt. I watched in the mirror as the hitchhiker approached. He moved strangely, like a puppet with tangled strings. When he got closer, I could see more details. Tall and thin, wearing a wool jacket despite the warm night, his face in shadows. "Where are you going?" I asked when he reached the passenger door. His voice, when he answered, was like gravel being crushed. "Wherever you're going." Every instinct I had screamed at me to put the truck in gear and get out of there, but a sense of decency made me reach out and unlock the door. He got in, his movement still jerky and uncoordinated. Up close, he smelled of damp earth and something metallic I couldn't identify. I tried not to breathe too deeply as I turned back onto the highway. "My name is Jake," I said, more to break the uncomfortable silence than out of any real desire to talk. He replied after what seemed like an eternity, "John Smith." Right, and I'm Santa Claus, I thought, but didn't pursue it. Rule number 1 for hitchhiking: don't ask too many questions. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the noise of the tires on the asphalt and the occasional ping of insects hitting the windshield. I kept glancing at my passenger. Something about him seemed strange. His quietness wasn't natural, as if he wasn't very comfortable in his own skin. "So, where are you from, John?" I asked, unable to stand the silence any longer. He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice had a dreamy, distant quality to it. "A place where the sun never sets and the streets are paved with bones." I laughed nervously, trying to make it sound like a joke. "Vegas?" John didn't laugh, just stared at me with those hollow eyes. "You have no idea," he muttered. The truck cab suddenly felt very small and very cold. I turned up the heat, but it didn't seem to make a difference. John looked back out the window, watching the darkness pass by as the miles rolled by. My uneasiness grew. John's presence seemed to suck all the warmth and light out of the world. The familiar road seemed strange and threatening, shadows deepening at the edges of my headlights. I was about to suggest we stop at the next rest area when John spoke again. "Do you believe in monsters, Jake?" The question sent a chill down my spine. "I can't say I do," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. John looked back at me with those dead eyes. "Look at the road, not the steering wheel, buddy. I don't know what your problem is, but don't..." I didn't get to finish my sentence because, at that moment, John began to change, starting with his skin, which seemed to ripple and shift as if something were moving beneath it. Then his face began to elongate, transforming into something inhuman. I watched in horror as his fingers lengthened and turned into claws that tore through the worn fabric of his gloves. I slammed on the brakes, and the truck swerved to a stop in the middle of the highway. I tried to grab the door handle, desperate to escape whatever was happening next to me, but John, or whatever had been John, was faster. A clawed hand reached out, grabbing my arm with inhuman strength. I screamed in pain and fear, struggling to break free. "Jake!" the creature growled, its voice a hellish distortion of John's coarse tones. "The fun is just beginning." I lunged blindly, and my fist connected with something that felt like cold flesh. The thing that was John howled, a sound that made my blood run cold. Its grip loosened enough for me to free my arm, and I threw myself out of the truck. I hit the asphalt hard, felt pain in my shoulder, but the adrenaline kept me moving. I got up and ran, not daring to look back. The sound of tearing metal filled the air, followed by an inhuman roar. Against my better judgment, I looked over my shoulder, and what I saw almost stopped my heart. The creature had torn the roof of the cab like tissue paper, and was towering over the truck like a nightmarish amalgamation of man and beast. Its skin was a patchwork of scales and fur, its face a twisted mask of fangs and glowing eyes. I ran faster than I had ever run in my life, my lungs burning as I sprinted down the highway, but I could hear it behind me, its heavy footsteps pounding the ground. She was toying with me, I realized. She could have caught me at any moment. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw lights in the distance. A gas station, a beacon of hope in the darkness. I pushed harder, praying I could reach it before the creature caught up with me. I risked another glance behind me, and saw the creature retreating, shrinking into a more human form as it disappeared into the shadows beside the road. I stumbled into the gas station parking lot, gasping for breath. The attendant looked up from his magazine, his eyes widening at my disheveled appearance. "Are you okay, man?" he asked, already reaching for the phone. I shook my head, collapsing onto the cracked linoleum floor as the attendant called the police. I lay there, waiting to see those glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. The police arrived quickly. They found my truck abandoned on the highway, the cab open like a sardine can. There was no sign of John or the creature he had become. They didn't believe my story, of course. Who would? They attributed it to exhaustion and possible dehydration, maybe even a hallucination caused by spoiled truck stop food. But they couldn't explain the claw marks on my arm or the gray prints they found around my truck. I quit my job as a truck driver after that night. and couldn't get back behind the wheel to face those long, dark stretches of highway. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat from the memory. I don't know what John was or where he came from, but I know there are things out there in the darkness, things that defy explanation and sometimes hitch a ride. So if you're driving down a lonely stretch of highway and you see a lone figure with their thumb out, keep driving. You never know who or what you might be letting into your life. As for me, I'll stick to daylight from now on and never hitch a ride again as long as I live. Some rides just aren't worth the risk. Next story. The moment I saw him in the rearview mirror, I knew it wasn't going to be a normal night bus ride. His gaze, hidden under a dark hood, seemed to pierce right through me, igniting a primal fear I couldn't shake. It was the beginning of a journey that would push me to the edge of sanity. My name is Mia, and I'm a graduate student at the local university. That night, I was returning to campus after visiting my parents for the weekend. It was a 4-hour trip, and I had opted for a cheaper night bus to save money. Big mistake. The bus was almost empty when I boarded, with only a few passengers scattered about. I chose a seat near the middle and settled in for what I hoped would be a quiet ride. As we pulled out of the station, I noticed him for the first time, a figure in a dark hoodie sitting at the very back of the bus. At first I didn't think much of it, just another passenger, right? But as the miles passed and the other passengers gradually got off at various stops, I realized that it was just me, the driver, and the hooded figure on the bus. That's when I got that tingling sensation on the back of my neck that told me I was being watched. I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, but every time I looked in the rearview mirror above the driver's seat, I saw those eyes staring at me. I couldn't see his face clearly in the dim light of the bus, but there was something unsettling about the intensity of his gaze, which never wavered, never blinked, just 2 points of light in the darkness fixed on me. I tried to distract myself by looking out the window, but all I could see was my own reflection in the endless darkness. Aside from the soft hum of the engine and the occasional bump in the road, the only sounds breaking the eerie silence were my own breathing and the beating of my racing heart. After what seemed like an eternity, I decided to change seats in the hope of breaking the line of sight between me and my unwanted observer. I gathered my things and moved to a seat closer to the front, avoiding looking at the back of the bus. For a few happy moments, I felt relieved, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a movement. The hooded figure had also changed seats, keeping the same distance between us. My heart began to race. It couldn't be a coincidence. I thought about asking the driver to stop and let me out early, but we were in the middle of nowhere, and the idea of being stuck on a dark, deserted road seemed even worse than staying on the bus. I tried to call someone, but of course there was no signal. We were passing through a dead zone, isolated from the rest of the world. The next hour was the longest of my life. I sat rigid in my seat, every muscle tense, straining to hear any sound of movement behind me. A few times I thought I heard soft footsteps, but when I turned my head to look, the hooded figure was always in the same place, eyes fixed on me. As we approached the outskirts of the city, I began to relax a little. We were almost there, just a little further, and I would be safe. That's when it happened. The bus lurched forward, the engine sputtering and dying. We came to a stop on the side of the road, and the interior lights flickered ominously before going out. "Sorry, folks," the driver shouted in an unusually loud voice in the sudden silence. "Looks like we've got some kind of engine trouble. I'll take a quick look." I wanted to yell at him not to leave and tell him about the scary passenger in the back, but my voice seemed to be stuck in my throat. I watched helplessly as he got off the bus, leaving me alone with him in the darkness. I couldn't see the hooded figure in the mirror anymore, but I could feel its oppressive and threatening presence. The silence stretched on, broken only by my irregular breathing. Then I heard it. Soft footsteps slowly climbing the aisle of the bus. Panic seized me. I had to get out of there. Without thinking, I bolted from my seat, stumbling toward the front of the bus. My hand shook as I struggled with the door and finally managed to open it. I fell onto the road, the cold night air hitting me like a slap in the face. There was no sign of the driver. I had no idea how long it had been since he left, minutes or hours. Time seemed to have lost all meaning. I started running, my feet pounding the asphalt. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get out. Behind me, I heard the bus door open again. He was coming after me. My lungs burned as I ran, pushing myself harder than ever. But no matter how fast I went, I could hear him behind me, his footsteps steady and relentless. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw lights ahead, a gas station, a beacon of hope in the darkness. With a final burst of energy, I ran toward it and entered through the door, startling the sleepy-looking attendant behind the counter. "I'm out of breath. You have to help me. Someone is after me." His eyes widened at my disheveled appearance, and he grabbed the phone, already dialing, as he asked, "Who's behind you?" But when I turned to point out the window and show him my pursuer, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was no one there. The road was empty and stretched into the darkness in both directions. The police arrived shortly after, and their questions only increased my confusion and fear. They found no sign of the hooded figure, no evidence of anyone following me. The bus was where we had left it, with the driver working on the engine, completely unaware of what had happened. As the adrenaline wore off, doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it all? Could the stress of college and lack of sleep have caused me to hallucinate? Even as I tried to rationalize what had happened, I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, that unflinching stare that had followed me all night. Real or not, the fear was genuine. The police officer offered to drive me back to campus, an offer I gratefully accepted. As we pulled away from the gas station, I couldn't help but look back one last time, and for a moment, I thought I saw a hooded figure standing in the light, watching me leave. I never took the night bus again after that. The incident left me nervous and paranoid for weeks, jumping at shadows and avoiding being alone in public spaces. My friends and family were concerned, suggesting therapy or medication to help with what they saw as an anxiety disorder. But I knew what I had experienced, even if I couldn't explain it. There are things out there in the darkness, things that defy rational explanation, and sometimes they ride the night bus waiting for unsuspecting passengers. To this day, I can't see a hooded figure without my heart rate increasing. I avoid traveling alone at night whenever possible. And every now and then, when I'm in a crowded place, I get that familiar tingling sensation at the back of my neck. I look around, but there's never anyone there. But I know that deep down, somewhere out there, those eyes are still watching, waiting for our paths to cross again. So if you ever find yourself on a nearly empty bus late at night and feel like you're being watched, trust your instincts, because sometimes the monsters we fear aren't just in our imagination. Sometimes they're sitting right behind us, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. As for me, I'll stick to traveling in broad daylight from now on. Some trips just aren't worth the risk, because you never know who or what might be sharing your ride. Next story. The moment I saw the gleam in the lake guardian's eyes, I knew we had made a terrible mistake. Our romantic getaway had suddenly turned into a fight for survival, and the quaint inn we had stumbled upon was anything but the cozy retreat it appeared to be. I'm Emily, and my boyfriend Tom and I had been planning this trip for months. We were both swamped with work, me with my law firm and Tom with his startup, and we desperately needed some time away from the city when Tom found this charming B&B online, tucked away in the countryside. That seemed perfect. Picturesque, secluded, and run by a sweet elderly couple. At least that's what we thought. The drive there was beautiful, with winding country roads and rolling hills. As the GPS signal grew fainter, I felt the stress of the city melt away. Tom leaned over and squeezed my hand, a smile on his face I hadn't seen in weeks. Almost there, he said, as we turned onto a narrow dirt road. Can you believe this place? It looks like something out of a fairy tale. I had to agree that the old Victorian house in sight was stunning, with its wraparound porch and gingerbread trim. The flower beds overflowed with colorful blooms, and a well-manicured gravel path led to the front door. It was almost too perfect. As we pulled up, the front door swung open, and there stood our hosts, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins. The Wilkins were the picture of small-town charm, he in a cardigan and bow tie, she in a floral dress and apron. They waved enthusiastically as we got out of the car. "Welcome, welcome," Mrs. Wilkins called, her voice sweet as syrup. "We're so glad you got here safely. Come in, you must be exhausted from your trip." Mr. Wilkins insisted on carrying our bags, despite Tom's protests, as we followed them inside. I couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling that something wasn't right. Their smiles were a little too wide, their hospitality a little too eager. The interior of the B&B was as charming as the exterior, filled with antique furniture and quirky knickknacks. But there was something about it that seemed staged, like a movie set rather than a real home. "Your room is just up these stairs," Mrs. Wilkins said, leading the way. "It's our best room, perfect for a young couple like you." The room was beautiful, with a 4-poster bed and a view of the surrounding countryside, but as Mrs. Wilkins fiddled with the curtains and Mr. Wilkins put our bags on the floor, I noticed that they exchanged a quick glance, just a flash. But in that moment, I saw something cold and calculating in his eyes. "Dinner will be served at 7, announced Mrs. Wilkins. "I hope you'll join us. I've prepared something special." As soon as they left, Tom lay down on the bed with a sigh of satisfaction. "This place is amazing, Em. You were worried for nothing." I tried to smile, but it seemed forced. "Yes, it's great. I'm just tired, I think. Let's freshen up and go down to dinner." The dining room was cozy, with a crackling fireplace and a table set for 4. The Wilkinses were already seated, smiling at us as we entered. Sit down," said Mr. Wilkins. "Martha has outdone herself in the kitchen tonight." The food was delicious, I have to admit, but as we ate, I couldn't help but notice how the Wilkins watched us intently, asking questions about our lives, our jobs, our families. There was an intensity to their curiosity that made me more nervous. "More wine, dear?" Mrs. Wilkins asked, already filling my glass before I could answer. I took a sip to be polite, but my head was already spinning. Tom, on the other hand, was on his 3rd glass and getting more and more excited. "This is amazing. You guys are just the best, aren't you?" I nodded, trying to get his attention to somehow communicate that we needed to be cautious, but he was oblivious, caught up in the Wilkins charm offensive. As the night wore on, my unease grew. The Wilkins' smiles never changed, but their eyes seemed to grow colder and more predatory. Practically dragging Tom away from the table and back to our room, I tried to talk to Tom about my concerns, but he dismissed them. "You're being paranoid," he said, his words slightly slurred. "They're just nice people. Relax, okay? That's why we're here." I wanted to argue, but exhaustion was getting the better of me. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just the stress of the city making me nervous. I fell into a restless sleep, plagued by strange dreams of being watched. A noise woke me in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was part of my dream, but then I heard it again, a soft creaking, as if someone were walking on old floorboards. I whispered to Tom, shaking him, but he was unconscious, snoring softly. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting sinister shadows across the room. When my eyes adjusted, I could swear I saw the doorknob slowly turning. I held my breath, wanting it to be my imagination, but then the door began to open, agonizingly inch by inch, and a figure stood silhouetted against the darkness of the hallway. I wanted to scream to wake Tom and do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. The figure took a step into the room, and at that moment, I recognized the outline of Mrs. Wilkins in a floral dress. She approached the bed with an unnatural grace, something glinting in her hand. A knife. My mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. When she reached the foot of the bed, I found my voice. "What are you doing?" She slowly turned her head toward me. In the dim light, I could see her face. Her gentle expression was gone, replaced by something inhuman, something hungry. "Oh my God," she said, her voice no longer sweet but harsh and cold. "You shouldn't have woken up." I screamed, and finally Tom woke up, sitting up confused and groggy, while Mrs. Wilkins advanced toward us. What followed was a blur of movement and terror. Tom, still half asleep, fought Mrs. Wilkins while I searched for my phone, but there was no signal, no way to call for help. "Push Mrs. Wilkins back, get out of here," Tom yelled. I hesitated for a split second, torn between helping Tom and getting help, but then Mr. Wilkins appeared in the doorway. His gentle demeanor was replaced by the same predatory look as his wife. I ran past Mr. Wilkins and down the stairs, my bare feet pounding the cold wooden floor. I could hear Tom screaming and the sounds of a struggle, but I didn't look back. I ran out the front door and into the cold night air, panting and sobbing. The gravel path cut into my feet as I ran toward our car, searching my pajama pocket for the keys. As I unlocked the car, I heard the front door of the B&B open. Mr. Wilkins was standing on the porch, his face contorted into something almost inhuman. "You can't leave," he shouted, his voice a guttural growl. "No one ever leaves." With trembling hands, I managed to unlock the car and threw myself inside, locking the doors. When Mr. Wilkins reached the car, he pounded on the window, his face pressed against the glass, his eyes wild and hungry. I turned the key, praying the engine would start, but for a moment it just sputtered. Mercifully, it roared to life, nearly running over Mr. Wilkins as I backed out of the driveway and sped down the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I could see the Wilkins standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. And in the upstairs window, I caught a glimpse of Tom's face, pale and terrified. With tears streaming down my face, the image of Tom in the window was etched in my mind. I should have made him come with me. I should have done anything to save him. When I finally reached a town and found a police station, they didn't believe me. They said I must be hysterical, that I must have had a nightmare or a bad reaction to something I ate. When we returned to the site, there was no Victorian house, no Wilkins, no Tom, just an empty field where I swore the house had been. It's been 2 years since that night, and I haven't stopped searching for answers. I've searched the internet, hired private investigators, and even tried to return to where the B&B was supposed to be. But it's as if it never existed. Every night, I still hear Mrs. Wilkins' voice, coldly saying, "You shouldn't have woken up." And I wonder if I really escaped, or if I'm still trapped in that nightmarish B&B, living out a twisted fantasy of escape. All I know is that if you're driving down a lonely country road and come across a charming inn that seems too good to be true, keep driving. Because some places aren't meant to be found, and some hosts aren't what they seem, and if you're not careful, you may check in, but you'll never check out. Next story. The ancient symbols carved into the tree bark seem to pulsate with an otherworldly energy that draws me deeper into the forest. As a park ranger, I had walked these trails thousands of times, but I had never seen anything like this before. Little did I know that my discovery would plunge me into a world of ancient rituals and unspeakable horrors lurking in the heart of the wilderness. My name is Sarah, and I have been a park ranger at Whispering Pines National Park for over a decade. I thought I knew these forests intimately, every twist and turn of the trails, every secret they held, but that day proved me terribly wrong. It all started as a routine patrol. The autumn air was crisp and the leaves crunched under my boots as I made my way along the less traveled trails. I love this time of year, the vibrant colors, the smell of decaying leaves, the silence that settled over the forest as it prepared for winter. I had been walking for about 2 hours when I first noticed something strange. A tree near the trail with odd marks on its trunk. At first, I thought it might be vandalism. We had had problems with that before. But as I got closer, I realized that this was not the work of bored teenagers or overly zealous hikers. The symbols were intricate, clearly carved with precision and care. They looked ancient and resembled Norse runes or Celtic knots. But they were unlike anything I had ever seen in my archaeological studies. And there was something else. A faint glow emanating from the grooves, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. I reached out to touch the carvings, my fingers trembling slightly. The moment my skin made contact, a shock of energy coursed through me, causing me to stumble backward. Suddenly, the world around me seemed more vivid. Colors became brighter, sounds more intense, and for a moment I could have sworn I heard whispers in the wind speaking in a language I couldn't understand. Trying to ignore that strange feeling, I grabbed my camera to document the find. But when I tried to take a picture, the screen went haywire, refusing to focus on the symbols. It was as if they didn't want to be captured. I intended to inform the park archaeologist, but when I turned to continue my patrol, I noticed more symbols on a nearby tree, and on another beyond that, forming a trail that led deeper into the forest, away from the marked paths. Every instinct told me to go back and call for backup before continuing my investigation, but my curiosity was too strong. I had to know where those symbols led, what they meant. As I followed the trail of marked trees, the forest around me began to change. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwined high above to block out the sky. The air became heavy and thick, filled with an earthy, almost metallic smell. And all the while, the whispers continued. I lost track of how long I had been walking when I stumbled into a clearing. What I saw there made me stop in my tracks, and my breath catch in my throat. In the center of the clearing was a circle of standing stones, each at least 10 feet tall, covered with the same symbols I had seen on the trees. But here they glowed more intensely, their light pulsing in unison. The ground inside the circle was bare. The grass and undergrowth had been removed to reveal dark, rich soil. But it was what stood in the center of the stone circle that truly froze me to the bone. A stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I hoped wasn't blood, and surrounding it, a collection of objects that seemed to belong in a nightmare. Bones, feathers, strange crystals, and things I couldn't even identify. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my mind reeling as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I knew about ancient cultures and ruins, but things like this didn't exist, not in the real world, not in my forest. As I struggled with my disbelief, a branch snapped behind me. My heart raced, and I found myself face to face with an old man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. His face aged and serious as he stared at me. "You shouldn't be here," he said in his hoarse, low voice, "for this place is not for the uninitiated." I opened my mouth to respond and demand answers, but before I could speak, more figures emerged from the trees. They wore dark clothes, and their faces were hidden in deep hoods. They moved with an unnatural grace, forming a loose circle around me. "What is this place? Who are you?" I managed to ask. The old man's expression softened a little. "We are the Guardians," he said. "We protect the ancient ways, the ancient magic that still remains in places like this." "Magic?" I repeated, incredulous. "That's impossible." A humorless smile crossed the old man's face. "Many things are possible in this world, Ranger, more than you can imagine." As if to prove his point, he raised his hand, and the symbols on the standing stones came to life, their glow intensifying until it was almost blinding. The whispers I had been hearing grew louder, and I felt the ground beneath my feet begin to shake. Panic seized me. I had to get out of there. I had to report what I had found. But when I turned to run, I found my path blocked by the robed figures, who remained silent and motionless, an impenetrable wall between me and escape. "You have a choice to make," said the old man. his voice cutting through the cacophony of whispers. "You can learn our ways and become part of something greater than yourself, or—" He stepped back, but the threat was clear in his eyes. I looked around for a way out, but I was surrounded, trapped in this impossible situation. "Why me?" I asked, pausing to think of a plan. "Why show me all this?" One of the robed figures spoke, their voice ethereal and androgynous. "The forest led you here. It sees something in you." I shook my head, still in shock, trying to accept what was happening. "This is crazy. I'm a forest ranger, not a chosen one." The old man moved closer, his eyes fixed on mine. "The forest makes no mistakes in matters such as this. You were brought here for a reason. The only question is whether you will accept your destiny." As he spoke, the energy in the clearing seemed to intensify. The glowing symbols pulsed faster, the whispers grew louder, and I could feel a strange pressure building in the air around us, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for my answer. I looked at the old man, watching me expectantly. Part of me was terrified and wanted nothing more than to wake up from this nightmare and return to my normal life. But another part, a part I barely recognized, was intrigued and curious about the secrets these people held. "If I said yes," I said slowly, "what would happen next?" The old man's face broke into a genuine smile. "Then your true journey would begin. You will learn things you never dreamed possible and see wonders beyond imagination. But be warned that this path is not easy. There will be trials and sacrifices to be made." I took a deep breath, weighing my options. On the one hand, I could try to run away and report what I had found, but deep down, I knew I would never succeed. And even if I did, who would believe me? On the other hand, saying yes meant entering a world I didn't understand, leaving behind everything I knew. It was terrifying, but also exciting. At that moment, standing in that impossible clearing, surrounded by ancient magic, I made my choice. "I want to learn." The elder nodded solemnly and let the initiation begin. What happened next is difficult to describe. The robed figures began to chant, their voices mingling with the whispers that filled the air. The symbols on the stones glowed with intense light, and I felt a wave of energy pass through me. It was painful and ecstatic at the same time, as if I were being undone and remade in the blink of an eye. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath, and the world around me seemed different, clearer and more vibrant. I could feel the pulse of life in every tree, every blade of grass, and the whispers. I could understand them now. The old man helped me to my feet, a look of pride on his face. "Welcome, sister," he said. "Your new life begins now." As the robed figures gathered around me, welcoming me into their flock, I took one last look at the trail that had brought me here. My old life, my identity as a forest ranger, seemed like a distant memory. I didn't know what challenges awaited me, what secrets I would discover, or what powers I would wield, but I knew one thing for sure: my life would never be the same again. The forest had chosen me, and I had accepted whatever came next. I was ready to face it as we ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, leaving behind the world I knew. I couldn't help but wonder how many other hidden wonders were out there waiting to be discovered, and how many other unsuspecting travelers might come across them, forever changing the course of their lives. Forests had always been guardians of far more secrets than I could ever imagine, and now I was one of them. Next story. The first time I saw the headlights of the other truck in my rearview mirror, I didn't think anything of it. The third time, I knew I was being hunted. The icy highway stretched endlessly before me, a strip of black in a sea of white, and somewhere out there in the darkness, a predator was stalking its prey. My name is Mike, and I've been driving big rigs for almost 2 decades. I've seen a lot of strange things on the road, but nothing could have prepared me for that night on Highway 16. It started out like any other long-haul trip. I was hauling a load of electronics from Seattle to Anchorage, a route I'd driven dozens of times before. The weather forecast warned of an approaching storm, but I figured I could outrun it if I kept going through the night. The temperature dropped quickly, and snow began to fall softly at first, then harder. I turned on my windshield wipers, staring through the windshield at the road ahead. The highway was empty except for my truck. Everyone else had the good sense to stay put for the night. That's when I first noticed the headlights behind me. They appeared suddenly, as if the truck had materialized out of thin air. At first I thought it was probably just another driver trying to beat the storm before it hit hard. But as the minutes passed, I realized something was wrong. The truck behind me was maintaining a constant distance, making no attempt to pass, even when the road widened. Every time I glanced in the mirror, those headlights were there, unblinking. I tried to shake off the uncomfortable feeling by telling myself I was just nervous from too many hours on the road and too much caffeine, but the nagging sense that something was wrong persisted. I decided to test my theory on the next stretch of straight road and eased off the gas, slowing my vehicle down. The truck behind me also slowed down, maintaining the same mysterious distance. "This isn't normal behavior," I muttered to myself. "Let's see what this guy's up to." I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my truck faster than was strictly safe, given the worsening weather conditions. The other truck matched my speed exactly. Its headlights lit up in my mirrors. Now I was really starting to worry. Who was this person? What did they want? My mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. A highway robbery, a sick game of cat and mouse. I grabbed my CB radio with the intention of calling for help, but all I got was static. The storm must have been interfering with the signal. I was alone. The snow was falling harder now, reducing visibility to almost nothing. I could barely see the road ahead of me, let alone any exits or places where I could pull over and lose my pursuer. All I could do was keep driving, hoping to outlast whoever was behind me. Hours seemed to have passed, although the clock on the dashboard told me that only 45 minutes had gone by since I first noticed the other truck. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, my eyes constantly darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. That's when the truck behind me accelerated, pulled up alongside me, and for the first time, I got a good look at it. It was an older model, its paint once white, now a dirty gray. But what really caught my attention was the driver, or rather the lack of one. The truck's cab was empty. I blinked hard, certain that I must be hallucinating, but when I looked again, the seat was still unoccupied. The truck was driving itself, keeping perfect pace with me on the slippery road. Terror gripped me. This wasn't possible. Trucks didn't drive themselves, not here in the middle of nowhere, not in a snowstorm. I must be going crazy, I thought. Before I could process what I was seeing, the ghost truck swerved toward me. I jerked the steering wheel hard, narrowly avoiding a collision, and my trailer swayed dangerously. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I was going to roll over, but I managed to regain control. But now the game had changed. It wasn't just a matter of following anymore. This thing, whatever it was actively trying to run me off the road. I pushed my truck to its limits, speeding down the highway much faster than was safe. The ghost truck occasionally bumped into me and tried to force me off the road, but I managed to dodge it. But I knew I couldn't keep this up forever. My mind raced, trying to figure out a way out of this nightmare. I needed a town, or a highway patrol outpost, or something, but all I could see through the swirling snow was more road stretching endlessly into the night. Then my headlights illuminated something ahead, a bridge spanning a deep ravine. Immediately a plan formed in my mind, desperate and dangerous, but it was the only plan I had. I slowed down, letting the ghost truck pull up alongside me, and as soon as we reached the bridge, I slammed on the brakes and turned the wheel to the right. My truck skidded sideways, the trailer dragging behind me. I felt a bone-chilling impact as the ghost truck hit my trailer. For a moment, we were locked together, sliding across the icy bridge. Then, with a tearing sound, the ghost truck broke free. I watched in my mirror as it left the bridge, plummeting into the darkness below. I managed to stop my own truck, the cab hanging precariously over the edge of the bridge. For a long moment, I sat there, my hands shaking, my breath coming in irregular gasps. When I finally worked up the courage to look over the edge of the bridge, there was nothing. No wreckage, no sign of impact in the snow-covered valley below. It was as if the ghost truck had never existed. I don't know how long I sat there, trying to understand what had happened. Eventually, I managed to reverse my truck back to safety and continue my journey. The storm passed as suddenly as it had begun, leaving behind a clear, starry sky. When I finally arrived in Anchorage, almost 12 hours later than planned, I tried to report what had happened, but who would believe me? A ghost truck driving itself and trying to run me off the road. They would think I was drunk or hadn't slept or was just crazy, so I kept it to myself, delivered my cargo, and tried to forget about it. But I couldn't shake the memory of those headlights in my mirror, of the empty cab of the truck that had chased me through the night. I still drive that route sometimes, and whenever I do, I find myself watching my rearview mirrors a little more closely, especially when the snow starts to fall, because out there, on the lonely roads of the north, where the night seems endless and storms can appear out of nowhere, anything is possible. And sometimes, I swear I see a pair of headlights in the distance, following a little too close for comfort. When that happens, I push my truck a little faster, grip the steering wheel tighter, and pray that I make it through the night. Because now I know the truth. The roads we travel aren't always as empty as they seem, and not all dangers can be explained by the laws of nature or man. So, if you're ever driving down a lonely highway late at night, and you see a truck in your rearview mirror that seems to be following a little too closely, don't assume it's just another driver. It could be something completely different, something that hunts in the darkness on roads where the living fear to tread. And if you see it, do what I did. Drive fast, drive smart, and don't look inside the cab. Because some things, once seen, can never be unseen, and the ghost truck is always out there, waiting for its next victim on the endless roads of the night. Next story. The first time I saw the townspeople gather in the square at midnight, I thought it was just a quaint local tradition. The third time, I realized I had stumbled upon something much more sinister. This sleepy little town was hiding a dark secret, and my curiosity was about to put me in grave danger. My name is Alex, and I moved to Millbrook just 2 months ago to take a job as the town's social worker, fresh out of graduate school and eager to make a difference. I thought a small town would be the perfect place to start my career, but I didn't know I was walking into a nightmare. Millbrook seemed perfect at first glance. Charming Victorian houses lined the streets, flowers bloomed in every yard, and everyone greeted me with a smile. But there was something strange about those smiles, something that didn't reach the eyes. I first noticed it with Mrs. Henderson, an elderly lady I was helping sign up for meal delivery. As we talked about her grandchildren, her smile never faded, even when she mentioned her late husband. It was as if her face was frozen in a permanent mask of friendliness. On another occasion at the local restaurant, I overheard 2 men arguing in low voices. But the moment they noticed me, they started talking about the weather with the same sinister smiles plastered on their faces. But it was the midnight gatherings that really set off alarm bells. I first saw them by chance when I was up late working on reports. Through my apartment window, I saw a group of people of all ages silently making their way to the town square. Curious, I followed them at a distance, and what I saw froze me to the bone. The entire town seemed to be there, standing in a circle around the old fountain, and they were chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. Their voices were a low, monotonous hum. In the center stood Mayor Wilson, holding what looked like an ancient book. I hid behind a tree, my heart pounding. This couldn't be real. It was like something out of a horror movie. But as I watched, Mayor Wilson raised a knife whose blade glinted in the moonlight. A young woman stepped forward, offering her palm. The knife flashed, and a trickle of blood dripped into the fountain. I must have made a noise because suddenly all heads turned in my direction, dozens of eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, fixed on my hiding place. I ran without stopping until I was safe in my apartment, with all the doors locked and the curtains closed. The next day, everything seemed normal. People went about their business, smiling and waving as if nothing had happened. But now I noticed a subtle error. The perfect lawns, the way everyone moved with almost mechanical precision, the complete lack of crime or discord in a city of this size. I tried to convince myself that I had imagined it all, that stress and lack of sleep had caused some kind of hallucination. But deep down, I knew what I had seen was real. I began to investigate cautiously. At first, I searched through old newspaper archives looking for anything unusual in the town's history. What I found was disturbing. Every few years, there was a wave of missing persons cases. Tourists, new residents who didn't stay long, all disappearing without a trace. The deeper I dug, the more terrifying the picture became. Millbrook had been founded by a cult, a group that believed in sacrificing outsiders to ensure the prosperity and longevity of its members. Somehow, over generations, they had managed to keep their practices secret from the outside world. I knew I had to do something to expose what was happening here, but who could I trust? The police chief was at that meeting, as was my boss at the social services office. For all I knew, they were all in on it. I decided to gather evidence. I bought a hidden camera and began documenting everything I could. The way people's expressions would shift when they thought no one was looking, revealing something inhuman beneath. The strange symbols carved into the foundations of buildings, the chants I recorded from a distance that made my skin crawl when I played them back. The weeks passed and I became increasingly paranoid. I was sure people were watching me, following me. Mrs. Henderson accidentally bumped into me at the supermarket, her hand lingering on my arm as she apologized. One day I found the door to my apartment unlocked, even though I was sure I had locked it. Then came the warnings. A dead bird on the balcony, a note in my mailbox that simply said, "Leave or join us." Tires on my car mysteriously slashed. I knew I had to leave to take my evidence to the authorities, but every time I tried to leave town, something went wrong. My car broke down. A sudden storm destroyed the road. I found myself driving in circles and somehow ended up back in Millbrook, no matter which direction I took. It all came to a head on the night of the harvest moon. I was planning my escape with my bags packed and hidden in my closet when I heard a knock at the door. When I opened it, I found Mayor Wilson standing there, flanked by several town elders. "Alex," he said. His voice was warm, but his eyes were cold. "We need to talk." They entered my apartment, and I knew with a sinking feeling that this was it. They had found out what I knew. "You've been very curious about our little town," Mayor Wilson said, settling into my armchair as if he owned the place. "We appreciate curiosity, Alex. It's what brings new blood to Millbrook. But there's a point where curiosity becomes problematic." I stood my ground, trying to keep my voice steady. "I know about the sacrifices, the cult, all of it. I have evidence that if anything happens to me, it will go straight to the FBI." The mayor's smile didn't waver, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop. "We've been doing this for centuries. You think you're the first to try to expose us?" He gestured, and one of the elders handed him a familiar-looking book. My blood ran cold when I recognized my own diary. "You've been very thorough," Mayor Wilson said, flipping through the pages. "It's really impressive. You could have been a fine addition to our community, but now, well, you've left us with a difficult choice." I backed away, frantically searching for an escape route, but they had me cornered. "You see, Alex," the mayor continued, "Millbrook needs balance. For our prosperity, for our longevity, we must give something in return. We usually prefer voluntary sacrifices. It's cleaner that way. But in cases like yours, exceptions can be made." As he spoke, I noticed a change in the elders. Their skin seemed to ripple. Their features transformed into something inhuman. Their eyes began to glow with the same strange light I had seen in the town square. Mayor Wilson said, rising from his chair with a wicked-looking knife in his hand, "Join us willingly and become part of our community in truth." Or, he didn't need to finish the sentence. The threat was clear. At that moment, with inhuman creatures approaching me and a madman offering me a cursed salvation, I made my choice and ran. I don't remember much of what happened next. There was a chase through the dark streets of Millbrook, the entire town seeming to come alive with a malevolent purpose. Somehow I made it to the edge of town, my lungs burning and terror giving me a speed I never knew I possessed. As I crossed the invisible border, I heard a supernatural howl behind me. Looking back, I saw the townspeople standing at the edge of Millbrook, unable or unwilling to go beyond its borders. I didn't stop running until I reached the next town, collapsing in front of the sheriff's office. They didn't believe my story, of course, and when they sent deputies to investigate, they reported that Millbrook seemed perfectly normal. I never returned to that cursed town. I left the state, changed my name, and tried to start a new life, but I've never been able to shake the memories of what I saw there, or the knowledge that somewhere out there, an entire town of monsters continues its dark rituals, hidden in plain sight. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear chanting in the wind, and I wonder how many other Millbrooks are out there, their sinister secrets revealed behind fences and friendly smiles. How many unsuspecting people are lured into their web, never to be seen again. I may have escaped, but the horror of Millbrook will haunt me forever, and I know that somewhere out there, Mayor Wilson and his inhumane followers are watching, waiting for the day when I let my guard down, because once you see behind the mask, there's no turning back. Either you're with them, or you're their next sacrifice. Next story. The laughter echoed through the empty corridors, a chilling sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It wasn't the cheerful laughter of patients enjoying a moment of levity. No, it was something completely different. A sound that had no place in a psychiatric hospital at 2 a.m. I'm Nurse Sarah, and I've been working the night shift at Evergreen Psychiatric Hospital for the past 5 years. I thought I had seen it all. Violent outbursts, bizarre delusions. But nothing could have prepared me for that night, which began as a normal shift. I was doing my rounds, checking on patients and administering medication. The hospital was quiet, except for the occasional muffled snore or creak of the old building settling. I was at the nurse's station catching up on paperwork when I first heard a soft laugh, almost inaudible amid the hum of the fluorescent lights. I looked up, frowning, and realized it was coming from the end of the hall near room 237. This was strange, as the patient in 237, Mr. Johnson, was heavily sedated and shouldn't have been awake, let alone laughing. I got up to investigate, and my footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. As I approached room 237, the laughter grew louder, more maniacal. I hesitated at the door handle. Something felt wrong, very wrong. When I opened the door, the room was dark, lit only by the faint glow of the monitoring equipment. Mr. Johnson was in his bed exactly where he should have been, still and silent. The laughter stopped. I checked his vital signs and everything was normal, but when I turned to leave, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there, just shadows and medical equipment. "Sarah," I muttered to myself, "you're letting your imagination run wild." I tried to focus on my paperwork, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had taken hold of me. The air felt different somehow, as if the very air itself had changed. That's when I heard the laughter again, this time coming from the opposite direction. It was coming from the living room, a space that should have been empty and locked at this hour. Against my better judgment, I went to take a look. The laughter grew louder as I approached. Not just one voice now, but many. It sounded like a party in full swing. I fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking slightly as I unlocked the living room door. The laughter stopped abruptly when I opened it. The room was empty, the chairs stacked against the wall, no sign of patience, no reason for the sounds I had heard. But the air felt heavy, as if something had just vacated the space. I left the room, locking the door behind me, my heart racing and my palms sweaty. What was going on? I decided to do a thorough sweep of the ward, checking every patient room. Everything seemed normal at first. The patients were sleeping peacefully, but with every room I checked, the feeling that something was wrong grew stronger. It was in room 252 that I saw it for a second, as I was turning to leave, a shadow darker than the darkness around it moving across the wall. It wasn't cast by anything in the room. It moved independently, flowing like smoke. I blinked hard and it disappeared, but I knew what I had seen. My rational mind tried to explain it away, a trick of the light, exhaustion, but deep down I knew the truth. Back at the nurse's station, I found that my colleague Mike had arrived to do his medication rounds. "Mike," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "did you notice anything strange tonight?" He looked at me strangely. As I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, I just muttered, "Strange noises, shadows where they shouldn't be." Mike's expression changed. A flash of fear crossed his face before he composed himself. "It's probably nothing. This old building makes all kinds of noises." But I could tell he was hiding something. "Mike, what aren't you telling me?" He sighed, looking around as if afraid of being heard. I didn't want to say anything because I thought I was imagining things, but since you asked, yes, I've been seeing things, hearing things. It's gotten worse in the last few weeks. A chill ran down my spine. What kind of things? Shadows that move on their own. Whispers when no one's around. He looked uncomfortable. "What about the patients?" I pressed. "They've also been talking about seeing things, even the ones who are usually lucid. They say there's something in the hospital, something that comes out at night." I was about to respond when a scream pierced the air, high-pitched and terrified. We both jumped and ran toward the sound coming from room 224, where Angela, a schizophrenic patient who was normally calm with her medication, was staying. We entered the room and found Angela cowering in the corner, her eyes wide with fear. "There! Here!" she screamed. "Can't you see them? They're everywhere." I approached her cautiously. "Angela, it's okay. You're safe. There's nothing here." But as I said this, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. The shadows in the room seemed to be transforming into almost human shapes. But not quite. Angela pointed a trembling finger over my shoulder. "Behind you!" For a split second, I clearly saw a figure made of darkness. Its edges were blurred and shifting. It had no face, just a void where its features should have been. Mike had seen it too, judging by his pale face and shocked expression. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, the lights began to flicker, the temperature in the room plummeted, and our breath became visible in the suddenly icy air. Angela's terrified moans were drowned out by a chorus of whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The shadows were moving again, but this time they didn't retreat. They spread across the walls and floor, extending themselves with tentacles of darkness. I felt a touch on my arm, cold as ice and undeniably real. I grabbed Angela with one hand and Mike with the other, and we ran out of the room. Behind us, the entire wing was in chaos. Patients were screaming, alarms were ringing, and the shadows were chasing us, running through the corridors like a torrent of ink. We ran to the exit, but the doors wouldn't budge. The emergency exit was in the basement. We ran down the stairs. Darkness chasing us. I could hear other footsteps joining ours, those of staff and patients, all fleeing from the approaching shadows. The basement was pitch black, but Mike found the emergency exit hitting the push bar. For a moment, I thought it wouldn't open, but it gave way, and we stepped out into the fresh night air. We didn't stop running until we reached the parking lot. Looking back, I saw shadows writhing in the hospital windows, as if the entire building was being consumed from within. At that moment, I realized that nothing would ever be the same again. We had seen something that defied explanation, something that destroyed our understanding of reality. The authorities arrived shortly after, drawn by the alarms and our frantic cries. They evacuated the building but found no trace of the shadows or anything unusual. The official report blamed a gas leak for the mass hallucination. But I know what I saw. We all did.